Good evening. Hope you're having a great week. It is Friday, June 26th, 7:21 p.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in Villa Platte, Louisiana. Just about to start my drive shift. I got here late last night, early morning, however you want to look at it, about 3 a.m. Friday morning. And I went straight to the shipper, which is like 5 miles from here. And it didn't go as I thought it would. I thought that I would drop the empty trailer and they would load it. And I would just take my 10-hour break and I would just leave there whenever my 10-hour break was up. But no, I woke up to them knocking on my door at 7 a.m. And they told me to hook back up to the trailer and they were going to live load me. Because I disconnected from the trailer and I was like, you know what? I don't want them to bother me to disconnect from the trailer in the morning. I'm just going to go to sleep. But no, they told me that their policy is that if there is a driver there, then they make the driver live load it. Because I've done dropping hooks there all the time, several of them. And they just, they load the trailers themselves. But they said that because I was there when they were loading, that they were going to live load me. That's their policy. So next time I come here, I'm just going to drop the fucking empty and leave. I'm not going to stay there. But then I'm going to run the risk of them loading somebody else's load in my empty trailer and me having to sit for several days waiting for a load. I don't know. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Let's start rolling and we'll talk about, other things. Do a little tug test. But got live loaded this morning, and because I had to get live loaded, it messed up my sleeper brake. So after I got live loaded, I drove over here to the truck stop, parked, took a shower, and went back to sleep and started my 10 all over again. And my 10 just ended. Luckily, there's nobody parked right here because you cannot make this turn if somebody's parked here. There's been dumbasses parking along the scales all day and all night. And this is the exit right here. Oh, that sun's bright. I'm glad I'm going to be going the other direction. Well, that'd have been nice for you to use your signal a little before that.
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto the I-49 South ramp to Opelousas.
That is loud. Let's turn that down a bit.
Turn left onto the I-49 South ramp.
So, yeah, I was a little irritated this morning. Woke up after just like a couple of hours of sleep. Was told that I needed to go live load a trailer. I was not too thrilled about that. I'm sure that they could tell I was pissed off. But at least they didn't take very long to load me. And this particular place, I did not have to move the truck back and forth. They only took about 45 minutes to an hour to load me, and I did not have to participate in the process. Every place I've loaded, besides this one, I've had to move the truck back and forth every few minutes while they were loading to line up the trailer with the chute that they're loading from. But at this place, I just parked in one spot, and they loaded me from that one spot, and it was a lot faster than most live loads, so it sucked, but it was not as bad as other places. I did have to drive on some railroad tracks, which I wasn't too thrilled about. I was driving on a lot of road surfaces that I didn't feel like a truck should be driving on. They loaded me up in a railroad loading place, but they had like a kind of a roadway there for trucks to drive on, but it was still just now getting up to 70. All right, got the cruise set, and we're rolling. And traffic just started clearing across New Orleans. It's been delayed traffic across New Orleans the last couple hours that I've been watching it, and it just recently started clearing, so that's nice. Caitlin messaged me this morning and asked me how many hours I had left. I told her I only had 11 hours left. I was running on recaps, but I should be able to deliver this load, and man, this trailer's smooth. I just went over a pretty big bump on a nasty bridge connector, and it was like butter, smooth like butter. It didn't slam the suspension or anything. This is a heavy load. I'm at over 76,000 pounds gross. It's 43,500 pounds of cargo. I'm at, I think, 76.5 gross. I actually wrote it down. I got my axle weights. 12,200 on the steer. 44. No, never mind. That's my total weight. So 12,200 on the steers. 32,740 on the drives. 31,560 on the trailer tandems, and that's with a full tank of fuel. Total gross is 76,500. And my cargo weight, according to the bill of lading, is 41,500. So they seem to have done a good job of loading me. So Caitlin was like, all right, let me know whenever you're 34, whenever you start your 34, so I'll know, so I can start working on getting you a load after your 34 is over. Next week's going to be slow because of the holiday. And I'm like, what? next week is going to be slow because of the holiday. The holiday is until like the week after next week, is it? Today is the 26th, so 27th, 28th. Monday would be like the 29th. Tuesday would be the 30th. I don't know how many days there are in June, if it's 30 or 31. But let's say there's only 30 days in June. Tuesday's the 30th. Wednesday would be the 1st, Thursday the 2nd, Friday the 3rd, Saturday the 4th. I don't see why next week's going to be slow. It's either going to be Saturday or Sunday is July 4th. So the only thing it should really affect is the weekend. A lot of these places I think are union, so they probably get either Friday or Monday off. So if it's on Saturday, they're probably getting Friday off. If it's on Sunday, they're probably getting Monday off.
There are police reported ahead.
So I'm going to assume it's on Saturday, so Friday they're going to have off. So that should be the only thing it affects. But maybe they're going to be using less carbon black because even though the shipping and receiving departments are typically only like Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., the plant itself works 24/7. So maybe they're going to be using less carbon black because the entire plant's going to be closed for like 2 days next week on Friday and Saturday. So they're going to order less carbon black. Who knows? But she told me it's going to be slow next week. And that made me think after this load, I might tell them to just get me to the house. If it's going to be slow next week, maybe I'll just go to the house and get the truck worked on and get my DOT inspection done, get my bookkeeping up to date, do a bunch of business stuff. We'll have to wait and see. So that's what she told me whenever I went to sleep. And then as soon as I went to sleep, I got a phone call. Hello, this is Landstar. And these agents, whenever they call you, they don't tell you they're, hey, this is the SUL agency or this is the whatever agency. They tell you this is Landstar. And so I'm like, okay, why is Landstar calling me? I never tell people I'm Landstar. These agents are not Landstar. They are a completely separate company. What I tell people when I call them, I say, hey, I'm Daniel. I'm a driver with Landstar. I don't tell them I'm Landstar. I'm not Landstar. Landstar is a completely separate company. But these agents, whenever they call, they say, hey, this is Landstar. They're not Landstar. And it's annoying. But usually they don't even tell you they're an agency or anything. They just act like they're Landstar. But I was woken up to an agent call. Hey, this is Landstar with the SUL agency. I was wondering if you're interested in a load, and I said I'm not. And then their attitude completely changed, and they just hung up the phone on me. And then they called me right back, and I just canceled the phone call. The SUL agency is the one that I believe has the cabinet loads out of Grants Pass, Oregon. They have them all over the place, but I see them a lot posted out of Grants Pass, Oregon when I'm up in the Portland area looking for loads. I've never hauled one, but I've had Landstar drivers in the comment section tell me that those are the cabinet loads. They're big multi-stop loads. So I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, and I got calls all damn day while I was sleeping. I've been getting a lot of calls, and I have my contact preferences set up where agents are not supposed to call or text me. They're only supposed to email me load offers. But they call and text anyway. I get lots of text messages and lots of phone calls from agents with load offers. So I have to put my phone on. I don't like putting my phone on Do Not Disturb when I'm running a load for somebody because I want them to be able to get in touch with me if something comes up. But I get harassed by these damn agents offering me loads that are not supposed to be calling me so much, and I can't sleep. I get so many phone calls, I have to put my phone on Do Not Disturb whenever I go to sleep. But while I was sleeping, I got a phone call from Caitlin. I got a text from Caitlin. I got a phone call from Tony. The two of them got together and started plotting and scheming. And they were like, well, if he has enough hours to make it almost all the way to New Orleans, which is what I told her. I said that I'm running on recaps, but I have enough hours to deliver the load and then make it most of the way to the New Orleans after I deliver the load. And the two of them got to plotting and scheming and said, well, if he has enough hours to make it most of the way to New Orleans, then he has enough hours to make it to Ravenswood, West Virginia to pick up a load. So that's what they were calling me to verify. And since I wasn't answering the phone, they just sent me a text message and said, hey, Caitlin sent me a text and said, hey, Tony and I talked and we thought that if you had enough hours to make it most of the way to New Orleans, that you had enough hours to make it to Ravenswood, West Virginia to pick up a load. So we put this load on you. That's picking up in Ravenswood, West Virginia. And it delivers to Texarkana, Arkansas. You can take your 34 after you pick the load up. It's a preloaded trailer just sitting there waiting on you in Ravenswood, West Virginia. So you can just go there after you deliver the load, pick it up, and then take a 34. So when I woke up today, that's the text message I had. Not too thrilled about that. I don't like driving over on the East Coast. I've never been on the road that I'm going to be driving on to get up to Ravenswood, West Virginia, but it is a really windy road. My guess is that it's driving through a lot of mountains based on how the road is not straight. It's just looks like it's winding through. This second here, this truck passing me. It looks like it's winding through mountains, like canyons, ravines, whatever, through mountains. Winding through mountain valleys or something. So yeah, not too thrilled about driving around on the east. And they have not mentioned or suggested anything about when this contract might end. And I want to ask them, like, when they think this contract might end. Because if I know when the contract's going to end, that'll change like my plans. Like, if I knew the contract was going to end in 3 weeks, I'm just staying out over the road for the next 3 weeks. But if they're going to keep me on this contract for like 2 more months, then get me home, let me get some work done on the truck, and then I'll go back out.
In 2 miles, take exit 19 for US 190 East toward Baton Rouge.
But the problem is that the two people I'm dealing with don't know when the contract's going to end. They would have to ask Robert, who I've never interacted with. Robert is apparently the person in charge.
In half a mile, take exit 19 for US 190 East toward Baton Rouge.
So we'll wait and see how it goes. Oh yeah, this trailer is smooth. They did a good job loading this trailer.
Exit 19.
I don't know what the other places are doing on how they're loading the trailer. They must be like, I don't know how they're loading it. It's making the trailer to where it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's really, it just slams my suspension really hard, and it jerks really hard. Whenever I go across bumps, whenever the trailer goes across the bump, the trailer will jerk the truck backward. So it's not just the bumps slamming up and down, it's also a forward-backward jerk from the trailer.
In half a mile, take exit 18 for Louisiana 31 South.
But this trailer is really smooth so far. I haven't gone over any rough road, just normal like patches in the road and some decent like bad bridge connections, not smooth bridge connections, but I haven't gone across anything really rough yet. But so far this trailer is super smooth. I've never had anything like that with Landstar trailers. These assholes. They race to get in front of me, and all they manage to do is just get right alongside me and run me out of my fucking lane. Jackass, you don't have the right of way. Trucks should just be told to, like the left lane, the way we drive is completely ass backwards. The left lane should be the travel lane. People should pass on the right. The left lane should be the travel lane. A lot of our laws, our driving laws, are just, they don't make any sense. The left lane should be the travel lane, not the right lane. 16 miles until I-10. Got to enjoy this this drive while I can, because once I get on I-10, it's going to be a couple of hours of fucky. So the plan for this drive is this is not going to be a full drive shift. It's only going to be 540 miles. To be maybe somewhere in the ballpark of like 9 hours. I'm going to drive to a way station just southwest of Atlanta. I don't know how many miles southwest. I guess like an hour, like 60 miles southwest of Atlanta. It's basically the way station I took my 10-hour break at. It's the way station on the other side of the road. On my way down here from Trenton, I stopped at the way station on the other side and took my 10-hour break. Now I'm going to stop at the way station going the other direction. Take my 10-hour break there. I would like to drive through Atlanta, and I might try to do that. But the problem is finding a parking spot east of Atlanta. I would have to stop really close to Atlanta. I wouldn't have enough drive time to... Basically, I'm driving 540 miles. 600 miles is really close to a full drive shift. So 60 miles would put me right in the middle of Atlanta. So I won't be able to drive very much past Atlanta, and it would be very difficult to find a parking spot that close to Atlanta. But yeah, I would love to keep driving and make it all the way through Atlanta in this drive shift, but just a few miles short of being able to do that. Just like an hour or two short on the drive time. But I might, whenever I get to the way station or whenever I get to my fuel stop, I might, look and see if I've made up extra time. And if I have enough time to make it to a parking spot past Atlanta, then I'll go ahead and drive past Atlanta in this drive shift. This is really rough. And that was smooth. Like the suspension was super smooth through this really rough shit. Oh yeah, this is nice. This load is not going to beat me to death. I like it. I like it. Some of these loads beat me to death, and I don't know what it is about the loads. I don't know if it's the trailer or the way they're loading it, but I've never had a Landstar trailer drive like that. So I think it might maybe be the trailers themselves or the way they're loading it. I don't know. See, I'll get this load delivered, and then I should deliver this load Saturday evening. And since I'm running on recaps, another reason that I'll probably end up stopping short of Atlanta is because I'm only going to recover like 7 hours on Saturday on my recaps. And basically it's going to put me into a position where if I start driving early in the afternoon, on Saturday, I'll run out of hours and have to stop and wait until midnight to get more hours. Because I only have 11 hours. I think I have 11 hours right now. Might be less than that. I can't remember. So if I use 12 hours in this drive shift, that'll be 11 plus 7, 18 hours. That'll leave me with 6 hours tomorrow. So if I start driving like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, then I might run out of those 6 hours before midnight and have to stop for a couple hours. But I'm recovering, I think, 10 or recapturing 10, I think it's 10 hours on Sunday. I am barely going to have enough hours to make it up to Ravenswood, West Virginia. And on Monday, I'm only recovering 40 minutes. So I'm basically recovering no time on Monday. So I have 11 plus 7, 18 plus 10. I have 28 hours. And I have a 760-mile drive to deliver this load. And then Ravenswood, West Virginia, I want to say it is, oh my goodness. Let me try to remember. I think it was about a 500-mile drive to Ravenswood. So that'd be 8 to 9 hours. We'll say 9 hours. So just a second here. Let me, man, this thing is so smooth over the bumps. This is nice. I'm used to hauling these loaded trailers where every time I hit a little bump, the trailer just slams me, and it like slams my chair into me and knocks the wind out of my lungs. Just a second, I'm catching up with a slow four-wheeler, and I got a fast four-wheeler passing me. Just gotta love that we got people out here doing 50 and people doing 90. Just makes it interesting. And is this person just gonna speed match me? I was doing 60 and I'm accelerating and they're accelerating with me. They're just speed matching me. This black SUV over on the right, hopefully they keep accelerating. Nope, they're just going to fucking speed match me. They started to pull away from me and then they slowed down. I don't want to get in this close behind them, but I got four-wheelers jammed up behind me. When you get in this close behind a four-wheeler, it sends the message to them that it's okay to be this close. And here they go. They're fucking slowing down. I hope they're exiting. They're slowing way down. They got to be exiting. They are not fucking exiting. .7 miles until I-10. And this jackass is just trying not to let me pass, but they're trying to go slower than me. I fucking hate people that do this shit. All right, now we're coming up on another 50-mile-per-hour vehicle.
Take exit 1A for I-10 East toward Baton Rouge.
And I don't know where in the hell the lane is at. There are no lane markings. And this asshole is slowing way down again. Are you taking this exit? No, they're not. They're just fucking slowing way down. I'm going to turn my high beams on. Maybe that'll get them to realize there's somebody back here that they keep slowing down on. All right, now they're speeding up. Oh, you don't like a flashlight shining in your window? Even during the day, high beams are blinding. All right, it looks like this is one of those 25-mile-per-hour on-ramps. Oh, sweet. This person is not getting onto I-10. They're going straight.
Take exit 1A.
Yeah, 25-mile-per-hour on-ramp. .24 right now. I hate this type of on-ramp where it's a shared on and off ramp. These are so dangerous. But theoretically, they are one of the most efficient on and off ramps. Theory and reality are two completely different things. And it pisses me off when they engineer things based off of theory. We're up to 55 miles an hour. We're slowly getting up to speed. 63. $55 miles until we get to the I-12. It is 8:04 p.m., so it should be close to 9 p.m. when we start driving across New Orleans on I-12. We're not going to go through New Orleans. I-12 is the New Orleans bypass, which is, I don't know, like 50 miles north of New Orleans, but it's still a busy section of road. But we'll be driving through there at 9 p.m., so that should be good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get over in that right lane. Does not look like there's too much merged traffic. Oh, there's a cop up there. Pretty far ahead. I can't tell exactly where it's at. But there's not a lot of traffic behind me, so it shouldn't be too difficult to move over. Way in motion, 1.5 miles, all trucks right lane. All right, this jackass four-wheeler sees the cop, and now they're just speed matching me, sitting alongside me, rubbernecking. So I'm going to turn my signal on and let this dumbass know it's two women. When I say women, I mean teenage girls. Because these damn four-wheelers do this shit to you. I'm going to get over early so nobody else does that to me. These four-wheelers, whenever you encounter something, like a cop on the side of the road or an accident or something, they will just speed match you, jam you into the lane so that they can rubberneck what's going on. They will, like, run you into an accident rubbernecking. Because whenever they get distracted, their instinct, their lizard brain, is to just speed match, to do what everybody else is doing. Way station closed. It doesn't even cross their mind that they're blocking you from getting out of the way of what's on the shoulder. Looks like we got a fire over on the right. Ooh, on-ramp looks good. Oh, there's somebody just got onto it. There's somebody on the shoulder of the on-ramp. And they have their left turn signal on. Are they trying to get back out into the roadway? They're not moving. I don't know what's going on with them. There's a mile of nothing behind me. They're still sitting on the roadway. Or on the shoulder, I'm sorry. So I don't know why they have their left turn signal on. Oh, this is nice. This is a nice, smooth, casual drive right now. So the United States lost a World Cup game, and I didn't do a whole bunch of research on it, but it looks like they're still number one in their group. So it looks like they're still going to progress to the knockout stage. And they're still going to get the best matching. I'm not sure exactly how they do the matching. I think it's just predetermined. Like the group winner plays against this person and stuff like that. I don't think there's a seeding thing in, where like the best people in the group play the worst people in the other groups. I don't think there's any seeding to it. I think it's just fucking idiot just came over to my damn lane. That's somebody that does not use their mirrors. People go where they're looking. So that person saw me and started going in the direction that they were looking. If you use your mirrors all the time, then you build muscle memory to where you don't go where you're looking. You can sit there and look in your mirror for like 30 seconds and keep going straight. So if you encounter somebody that whenever you start to pass them, they drift into you, or whenever they are passing you, they're drifting into you, that's a sign that it's a bad driver that never checks their mirrors because they have not built up that muscle memory. Even new drivers should build up that muscle memory within their first couple weeks of driving, because you should be checking your mirrors all the time. I don't believe in the stupid crap that they teach you where you're supposed to check your mirrors every 5 seconds. That's crazy. No, you should not be like, I don't know how you'd be able to drive for more than like 20 minutes. You'd get worn out in about 20 minutes checking your mirrors every 5 seconds. Checking both mirrors every 5 seconds. Your head is just constantly moving back and forth between your windshield and your two mirrors if you're doing that. Now that I'm thinking about that, I'm paying attention to where I'm looking, and I'm noticing that I'm I am checking my mirrors probably every 5 seconds. I'm going between my dash, my windshield, and mainly my left mirror and occasionally my right mirror. Starting to get dark. Let's turn down the illumination on the ELD. That's definitely something I would recommend people do, is for nighttime driving, you want it as dark as possible inside the truck. Any light inside the truck is going to reduce your night vision. So I dim the dash. All the dash lights are at the lowest light level. Dim my ELD. Trucks, right lane only. Ah, damn it, I forgot about this bridge. Right lane only, 60 miles per hour for 18 miles. How much you want to bet that fucking moron I just passed that almost hit me is going to speed through here because he can't read English? Missoula Valley Transport is notorious for hiring Mexican drivers. And a lot of them do not speak English. All right, we're resetting the cruise. $60 miles per hour.
There's an object on road ahead.
So it's a 60 mile per hour speed limit on this bridge for everyone. And trucks are restricted to the right lane. Why? Why? I don't know why. You can go look it up. But I assume that it is to increase the longevity of the bridge, the life of the bridge. Restricting trucks to the right lane means that trucks are not going to be driving side by side, which reduces the weight at any given moment on any section of the bridge. Because if you have an 80,000 pound truck and it's all single file, then you're not going to have more than 80,000 pounds on a section of the bridge at a time. But if they're driving side by side, you could have 160,000 pounds on one section of the bridge at a time. And then the lower speed limit reduces damage on the bridge. So I think that all of this is just to increase the longevity of the bridge, because this thing is probably a massive, expensive construction project, because we're driving through marshland. There's hardly any dry ground around here. All of the pillars supporting this bridge are in water. So in order for them to build this bridge, they had to build something. Yeah, Missoula Valley Transport is right on my ass right now. So they're speeding, and they're probably going to go out and pass me in a minute. So they had to build something to block out the water, a barrier, so that they could dig down to something solid, and then they had to build a foundation and then build a pillar, and then they could build bridges on top of those pillars. And this is 18 miles. There are thousands of pillars that they had to build for this bridge. This is a massive construction project to build these two 18-mile bridges. So I could understand why they want to get the most out of them. Well, it looks like Missoula Valley Transport is not going to pass. They got up really close to me, then they backed off, and now they're like 1,000 feet behind me, just sitting there. Pretty sure that's illegal, Texas. That black SUV with the Texas plate that just passed me, they have a light at the bottom right of their windshield that's red and blue. It's not flashing, it's solid. But I'm pretty sure in most states, having any kind of red and blue lights on your vehicle is illegal. I remember like 20 years ago when I drove line haul, one of the line haul drivers, well, one of the things we would do in line haul, I didn't personally do it, but in line haul, we were, slip seating trucks all the time. If you were really a senior driver high up on the seniority list, then you would typically get the same truck almost every day. And there would be like a daytime driver and a nighttime driver that would use the same truck. And the two of you were probably the most senior people, two of the most senior people. And you would get together and chat with each other and be like, hey, I'll leave my CB and radio and everything in here. You can use it during the daytime, and that way I won't have to take it in and out every day. And so they would just leave their shit in the truck all the time. But everybody else would have to take their CBs and radios in and out of the truck every day because our line haul trucks didn't have anything in them. They were bare bones, absolute minimum spec, cheapest crap they could possibly find. I'd never even heard of the brand of truck Sterling until I drove for that line haul company. I didn't know Sterling was a truck manufacturer until I drove for that shitty line haul company. It's one of the worst trucks I've ever driven. 7-speed. It was horrible. But anyway, most of us, the people at the low seniority people, we didn't bother building cabinets and stuff to put our CBs and radios and everything like that in. All I did whenever I got into the truck is I had a CB that I carried with me, a CB and an antenna. And usually I did not have to use my antenna because almost all the trucks had antennas on them that people just left on them. They didn't bother taking the antennas off, so I didn't have to put my antenna on. But I would just lay my CB in the passenger seat. But a lot of people would go and create cabinets for their CBs, and they would install radios inside of them and stuff like that, speakers. Like, they had some really nice setups. And one of the guys that created one of those cabinets, he put a bunch of LEDs on it. I don't know why in the hell you do that. It's just going to reduce your visibility, having a whole bunch of bright lights inside the truck. But he had red and blue lights, LEDs, all over his cabinet because he thought that was cool. And he got pulled over in California, and they gave him a ticket for having red and blue lights on his vehicle. Forward-facing red and blue lights. Like, you can have red lights facing to the rear. Every vehicle has red lights facing the rear. But forward-facing red and blues in California, he got a ticket for it. And the lights weren't even like, you couldn't see the lights themselves. All you could see, his entire cab, the inside of his cab, was glowing red and blue. Yeah, they used to be. What is going on with Missoula Valley Transport? They are way the hell. They're like a mile behind me now. They must have set their cruise like a mile an hour below mine. But yeah, states used to be super strict on who could run red and blues, and basically no one except law enforcement could run red and blues. But a lot of states have opened it up, like Oklahoma has opened it up to where like tow trucks can run red and blues, construction workers can run red and blues. So if you see a vehicle with red and blue flashing lights in Oklahoma, it could be a damn construction truck. It could be a tow truck. I remember whenever they were talking about implementing that, I was a security guard in Oklahoma at the time, and the company I worked for, the security company, the supervisors were coming out and talking to me on my shift, and they were like really excited because most of the people I worked with at security were people who wanted to be in law enforcement, but they couldn't get a law enforcement job because of lots of issues. A lot of them had mental health problems. But they were out there like really excited because they were saying that they were going to let security guards that were CLEAT certified, which in Oklahoma you have to be CLEAT certified, Council on Law Enforcement Education and Training, in order to do security for someone else's property if you're not working directly for the property owner. So you can do security for your own property without being CLEAT certified, and you can hire security to work for you without them being CLEAT certified. But I was working for a security company, and if you do that, you have to be CLEAT certified. So if you work directly for the property owner, then you don't have to be certified. But if you're not directly working for the property owner, if you're sorry, this car passed me, doesn't have their lights on. I've got a string of cars passing me, and there's some super trucker out in the left lane that's behind all these four-wheelers lined up to pass me. Either they can't read English, or they are a special little snowflake. They are a unique individual for which the rules do not apply. The rules are for everybody else but them. That truck's about 300 feet behind me and catching up fast. I guess they're going 65, maybe 70. They're going, yeah, probably 70. They're going pretty fast. They're about to fly by me. I think they sped up because they were not catching up with me very fast. Then all of a sudden they started flying up on me. Now they're going about 65. That's about a 5-mile-per-hour pass. They're not flying by me, but they're just consistently going by me. You'll see a lot of that on this 18-mile bridge. All the trucks governed at 65 will just keep doing 65 because that's what they do. Low-speed governed trucks are usually the most aggressive. They will just run at their governors regardless of what the speed limit is because it's so hard for them to pass. They just get into this really aggressive mentality where they're just like in race car mode all the time. Now that one's going 70. All right, I forgot what in the hell I was talking about. Got all these four-wheelers flying up on me, all these trucks flying up on me. Oh, I was talking about cleat and crap like that. Why was I talking about cleat? Oh, the red and blue lights. Um, but yeah, the supervisors were really excited because there were a few things that were like up for some type of vote in Oklahoma. One of them was allowing construction and tow trucks and security guards to run red and blue lights. And then another thing that was also up for vote was allowing security companies, private security companies, to do like minor law enforcement stuff, like respond to domestic calls. And the security people I worked with were really excited about that. And they were telling me that there were cities that had like security companies contracted to basically do law enforcement for their town. And they were saying that Oklahoma was going in that direction to where security companies were going to be able to do law enforcement stuff. And like these people were really excited because most of them wanted to be cops, but they couldn't be cops for whatever reason. And this is going to allow them to have like police authority without meeting the qualifications to be a cop. I was like, man, I hope that shit doesn't pass. I would not want the people I worked with at the security company like responding when I call 911. All right. Well, that is the end of the bridge. So now let's try to get up to 70 miles an hour. You know what? I think I'm going to go back to running 65. If you've followed my channel for a long time, you know that I almost always set my cruise at a maximum of 65. Very rarely do I set my cruise over 65. But I made a decision shortly after I started this contract to run my cruise at 70 to get more miles. Because the first couple of days that I was on the contract, I was doing 65, and my fuel mileage was like 5.5 miles per gallon. So then I ran 70, and it was still at like 5.5 miles per gallon. Like, what in the hell is the point? There's a cop over here. Nope. So I'm going to go back to running 65. See how that works for me. Man, this trailer is super smooth. I like it. The only thing that really sucks about doing 65, aside from, being, you know, doing fewer miles in a drive shift, obviously you're going slower. You're not traveling, covering as much distance. The other thing that sucks about doing 65 is that you're not going close to the flow of traffic. You're going so much slower than the flow of traffic that you're just constantly being overtaken by packs of cars. At 70, you're going close to the flow of traffic, so you don't have as many people passing you. At 65, it's just a constant flow of people passing you. You'll have a break for, a couple minutes in between packs, but then there's another pack, and they're all passing you. So yeah, you're getting past a lot more at 65. So something I've been thinking about the last few days, I've been talking about my videos, is possibly switching it up to do something like gig work. And so far, it doesn't make any sense to do that. I would love to get away from trucking because it's so over-regulated. And the expenses with keeping this truck rolling down the road is really high. So I was thinking about gig work. You know, I could sell the truck, sell my car, get out of trucking, and go into gig work. And what I was thinking for gig work was to buy a small van. And that would give me a lot of options on the types of gig work that I could do. But I've been running the numbers on it, and it just doesn't make any damn sense. Almost all of the Uber stuff I look at, doing Uber Eats or Spark grocery delivery, or Spark is the Walmart grocery delivery, or Uber cab rides, or like really long Uber cab rides. Two deer on the shoulder. It all comes out to not be worth it. And everything I found online says that most gig workers make about $10 to $14 an hour gross. That is before expenses. That's gross revenue to the business. And once you factor in all your business expenses, most gig workers are making minimum wage or less. And that, like, I don't understand why in the hell people are doing gig work if that's the case. Like, do people just not understand basic math? Like, you can go get a job at McDonald's for like $20 an hour. Why would you do gig work for less than a minimum wage? Be prepared to stop. We are 12 miles from Interstate 12. Yeah, running this dedicated is making me like consider just quitting trucking because I fucking hate this. I can't stand working these 90-hour weeks. Like, I'm perfectly fine with like working a 90-hour week and then taking a week or two off. You know, that's kind of the way I set my business up, was that I can make enough money in a week to support myself for a month or two. I have my revenue really high and my expenses really low, so I can go out and do like one load over the course of a week. I just got an email. Landstar uses the ELD to send out emails. These usually it's just to remind you about Safety Thursday every month. But we also get really stupid stuff from the safety department. It's like, did you know that if you don't have lights on your truck, you could get a violation? You know, stupid shit like that. It's like, gee, thanks for the alert on my ELD to let me know that. But yeah, I'm basically set up to where I just work in short bursts and take a lot of time off. And right now, I'm doing the normal truck driver grind. And I can't stand the normal truck driver grind. My entire business model is set up so that I don't have to do this kind of stupid crap. This is what almost every truck driver does, is like 90-hour weeks every week for months on end. And they get like one day off at home. There's a long line of sons of bitches merging on here. We gotta watch these fucking idiots cut me off. I moved over so they can merge on, but that's not enough for them. They're gonna try to cut me off, and that one just did. But luckily they didn't do it because they were going a lot slower than me. What's going on with this Amazon Prime? I'm only doing 65 and flying by them. They should have been able to get up to speed by now. they're probably going to magically get up to speed just as I get alongside of them. No, they're still going slow. Man, this road's got some angle to it. What in the shit is on the shoulder here? All right, now we're going across a big bridge. Speed limit's down to 60 for the bridge. I'm doing 55 right now, and it looks like I'm catching up with slower traffic. And let me slow down to let merging traffic on. We're down to 45 miles an hour. This is where I normally merge on whenever I pick up loads in Addis, Louisiana. 41 miles an hour. And this is a place where traffic usually congests really bad and it becomes stop and go for several reasons. One is this damn really steep bridge where trucks get going really slow on it, and then that heavy merge right there, and then we're converging a whole bunch of we're merging onto a whole bunch of interstates. We're about to do 10 and 12. That right lane is going to end. These two lanes merge onto Interstate 12. And that right lane ends when we merge on. The truck speed limit on the ramp is 35. So yeah, you have people going 100 miles an hour, and then they're catching up with traffic that's doing 35. I got people passing me in that ending lane. Special little snowflakes. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get over a lane because I don't want to deal with merge traffic. And the 10 and 12 are about to split. I think. In a couple miles, I'm going to need to be over to the left for that split. This is some rough road. Yeah, I wish they would redesign the roads through this area, because this is just like a really, really poor designed area. This is a choke point that causes traffic jams constantly. Yeah, just cut me off, weave through traffic. Once we get past this split, traffic should get better. All right, so left exit for I-12. I'm pretty sure that I'm good to go in this lane for I-12. Yep, I'm good to go. These 3 left lanes are all good for I-12. Damn it, it looks like almost all the four-wheelers are going I-12. These fucking idiots flying through here at 100 miles an hour.
Continue on I-12 East. Follow signs for Hammond.
It's all monkey see, monkey do. One jackass flies through here at 100 miles an hour, and you'll have 5 or 6 people speed up and do the same stupid shit.
Keep left to continue on I-12 East. Continue on I-12 East for 85 miles.
So yeah, I'll keep looking into gig work, but so far everything that I've seen on gig work, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know why people do it. The only thing I can think of is desperation. Or maybe some people are just really bad at math. They don't realize how little they're making. I know that a lot of people are like that. There's a lot of owner-operator truck drivers that just look at their gross pay and they're like, "Man, I'm rich. I'm a millionaire," and they're not looking at what they're actually making after expenses, and they're not calculating in all of their expenses. All right, we got some type of emergency vehicle or cop up ahead. Somebody just went to the shoulder, the left shoulder. Bumpity bump bump. Once we get past this this area, should be smooth sailing until Atlanta. All right, a pack of vehicles has caught up with me and is overtaking me now. All right, it looks like most of them have either passed or exited. Just got two more. All right, and that's the last one. There's another pack about a half mile behind me. And that person's hauling ass. That person's going to be on some trucker forum going, hey, I want to be a truck driver, but I have a 40 over ticket. Is that going to be a problem? It's like in my CDL school, there was a guy that had like 7 DUIs, and they had an issue with him coming to class drunk. He would come to class drunk all the time, and they wouldn't let him drive the truck because he was drunk. And he wanted to be a truck driver. Just like, what the fuck, man? He ended up getting his CDL. I don't know if he ever ended up driving a truck for any company. It took him many tries. It took him a very long time to get his CDL. I don't know how long, but he was there before I went to CDL school, and he was there after I left CDL school. But I remember seeing him, like, every time somebody would graduate or get their CDL, they would post a picture of him on their Facebook page. And I remember seeing him on the Facebook page. Getting his CDL. But yeah, I'd like to find some kind of gig work or something I can do driving a regular car instead of a truck. You know, I could just completely get out of driving. I could look at just other options that are just completely out of driving. I just never want to be an employee again. I really hate the idea of being an employee. Like right now, I'm basically running exactly like a TSD employee. Well, not exactly. It's the way that they treat me is they're not like Caitlin doesn't tell me what to do. She suggests and asks. If I was an employee, she would probably talk to me differently. And there are a lot of people that I interact with as an owner-operator that treat me like an employee. There are Landstar departments that talk to me like I'm an employee. Trailer utilization is one of them. I've complained about trailer utilization multiple times about them treating me like a fucking employee, like telling me to do stuff. I'm like, you're not my boss. Like, stop talking to me like I'm an employee. And then when I'm at the shop, a lot of the mechanics treat me like I'm a Landstar employee. I'm like, you don't seem to understand the relationship between me, you, and Landstar. Because they'll like withhold information from me about cost of repairs and stuff like that, and you know they'll just send they'll just put on the work order to get like approval from Landstar or something to do work, and I'm like, that's not how this shit works. Like that's how it works when you're working on Landstar's trailer, but when you're working on my truck, like you have to explain to me what in the hell you're doing. I'm the one that approves the work. You have to tell me the price and why and all that stuff. You have to sell me on why you're doing it. So yeah, there are people that treat me like an employee. But in general, even though I'm kind of working like an employee right now, I'm getting dispatched like an employee. And I have never refused a load while I've been on this dedicated because I don't want to piss them off. And they haven't given me any really bad loads. I mean, I have my preferences, but there's a difference between preference and something I'm not willing to do. There's a huge difference. Like, I do stuff that I don't prefer to do all the time. Like, probably over 90% of what I do is stuff that I don't prefer to do, just simply because what I want to do isn't available. Yeah, running like an employee right now sucks. And a lot of people love this shit. There are a lot of owner-operators that if they get into a gig like this, they will never leave it. Because they don't like, dealing with the load board. They don't like finding loads. They don't like negotiating loads. They don't like any of that stuff. They love to have somebody else just dispatch them, tell them where to go, what to do, and they'll just drive the truck. That's what a lot of owner operators like. And like one of the main reasons I became an owner operator was so that I could pick and choose where I go, when I go, all that stuff. Ah. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get over in the right lane because merge traffic has died down a lot. But if I start having to move out of the right lane for mergers, then we'll go back to being center lane gang. That's that Amazon I passed earlier that merged on and didn't get up to speed. It was doing like 55, 60 miles an hour. Now it's doing about 75. I have my cruise set at 65 right now. Speed limit's 70. See, I'm going to keep looking into gig work. See if there's anything that really makes sense. Because even with all the drama with trucking, my earning potential per hour is still phenomenal. After expenses, I can easily make over $100 an hour. Like let's figure out what I'm making right now. Now this is not going to be accurate because I'm just going to be doing math in my head. This is going to be a ballpark estimate. Let's figure out what I'm making right now doing 60 miles an hour. So I'm making $2.38 a mile. So that would be 60 times 2.38. God damn it. I'm not going to try to do that in my head. I'm going to bust out the calculator. All right, left lane is ending. Damn it. Going down to 2 lanes in a mile. I need to get some kind of voice to text or some voice thing set up for math problems while I'm driving. Because I'm always trying to figure stuff out while I'm driving. A lot of it is math. And we're down to 2 lanes. So that's $142.80 per hour. That's my gross, is $142.80 per hour. That's not very amazing. All right, what's my fuel cost? So at $4 a gallon, if I'm averaging 6 miles per gallon, that's 66 cents per mile. So that's $40 per hour in fuel cost. So what was I making gross? 142. So after fuel cost, I'm making $102 an hour. And this load doesn't pay very well. And I do have other expenses. So after all expenses, I'm probably somewhere close to like $80 an hour. It's probably higher than that. I'm overestimating expenses. But I do have an old truck that needs a lot of repairs, so we'll say $80 an hour is what I'm making right now. Approximately, after all my expenses, I'm making about $80 an hour on this load. And every time I crunch the numbers on gig work, I'm coming out to where I'm making like $10 an hour. And I think if most owner operators were to break down what they're making per hour, they would reconsider being an owner operator. Because I am making toward the high end of owner operator pay. I'm not like the top 1% or anything like that. Like, there are owner operators out there that are probably making over $500,000, $1 million gross to the truck per year. They're probably clearing over 250 plus. I mean, there's a lot of owner operators out there that are clearing over $200,000 a year after all expenses. Those are like the 1%ers, the people at the very top of trucking. But I would suspect that the vast majority of owner operators, if they were to factor in what they're making after all expenses and convert that into an hourly rate, I think they would be really disappointed. It's kind of like most gig workers. I don't think they realize how little they're making because they're not factoring in all their expenses. They're just seeing their gross, and they're like, oh, I'm making like $15 an hour. and they would rather make $15 an hour doing gig work than $20 an hour at McDonald's. But they're not actually making $15 an hour. That's just their gross. There's some four-wheeler just riding my ass. You know, the one good thing about hauling the crap I'm hauling is there's like zero chance of theft. Because this is a highly specialized material that I'm hauling that's only useful in, I don't know of any industries it's useful in aside from tires. So, um, weigh in motion in 1.25 miles. It would be nearly impossible to make any money off this load. It'd be nearly impossible to even unload it. It requires highly specialized equipment to unload the trailer. And the material itself is a pain in the ass to deal with. And the only people who really use it are tire plants. And there's the weigh in motion. Weigh station closed. Man, driving 65 feels so good. I prefer 65 over 70. Damn. They've got 2 generators. It's a little van that's decked out that's been like converted into an RV. And then they have a little trailer behind it. And there's 2 generators on the trailer. They're using all the power. All right, Interstate 55 to New Orleans in half a mile. Good Lord, man. They got a whole fucking convoy of trucks passing me. That's 3 that's passed me so far, and I see at least 2 more. I hate when vehicles get into packs like this. I hate getting overtaken by packs like this. You get boxed in where you got somebody behind you, beside you, in front of you, and you don't have any options if, somebody slams on their brakes in front of you. One more truck. It's riding my ass right now, and it's trying to decide whether to pull out in front of these four-wheelers or wait for them to pass. Maybe it's exiting here at the Petro. Let's see. Nope. That truck wash right there, there's only one person in line right now. That is the busiest truck wash I've ever seen. I don't know why that truck wash is so busy. But almost every time I go past there, there is a really long line for that truck wash. All right, truck behind me just went for the pass. we got a truck coming up the on-ramp. Let's go ahead and move over. Estes. All right, we got somebody on the shoulder about a half a mile to a mile up. I have a pack of like 5 cars passing me right now. And we're just about to start the turn, and that's where the car is on the shoulder. The last car is passing me right now, and right there's the car. What in the hell we got going on here? Looks like they're, I can't tell where in the shit they are. Is that an on-ramp? Yeah, they're over on the shoulder of the on-ramp. oversized load. But at night, I couldn't really tell how far off the road they were until I got right up on them. Maybe this little phase will blow over once I stop doing this contract. Right now, I've been just thinking a lot about something else to do. This is what happened to me at my last job. Was I just got to where I couldn't stand the job, and I just every day I was thinking about what else could I do besides this job, because I hate coming into this job every day. And that's where I'm getting with trucking right now, is I'm hating, trucking every day because of this contract, because I'm running like a company driver. And I'm making like decent money, but whenever you look at it in context, I'm not actually making very good money. Yes, I made in my first month like $30,000. In my first month, I was making like $1,000 a day gross to the truck, even including my days off. I was making like $1,000 a day. If I just calculated my actual working days and I took out all of the days where I was waiting on an empty or spending all day waiting on a loaded or taking a 34, if I took all of those days out, I would probably easily be at $1,200, $1,300 or more per day. But once you factor in the fuel cost, all the wear and tear I'm doing on my truck, it's not as awesome as it sounds. If I were driving like a normal driver, I would be making far less. One of the main reasons I'm making so much is because I'm doing so many miles. Yes, there are weeks where my miles are not very good because of all the time I'm sitting around waiting for whatever. But on weeks where they keep me running, where I'm not sitting around waiting too much, I'm doing like 3,500 paid miles in a week. That is really high. Yes, there are people out there that do 3,500 miles a week every week, but the vast majority of drivers don't do anywhere close to 3,500 miles a week. 2,000 miles a week, maybe 2,500 miles a week. That's a solid week for most drivers. So that $30,000 I made in the first month, if I were only running like 2,000 to 2,500 miles a week, then instead of 30,000 my first month, that would have been, just a second here. Got a car too close to me and a truck jamming me into the lane. Got another truck flying up on me. Instead of 30,000, if I were a normal driver, I would have made like 15 to 20,000 in my first month, gross to the truck. And for some people, that still sounds amazing, but a second here. Got to watch out for these assholes coming into my lane. This is the most frustrating thing about driving 65 is just being constantly passed because the flow of traffic is so fast. At 70, I'm getting passed a lot and I'm doing a lot of passing. But at 65, it is just a constant flow of people overtaking me. I'm just constantly getting passed by packs of vehicles. Yay, 3 lanes again. I think every interstate should be a minimum of 3 lanes everywhere, even out in the middle of nowhere. But I'm going to keep digging into gig work. There are jobs that I've seen offered that require you to have your own vehicle, that you're basically just driving around delivering stuff as an employee. I might look into that as well. Definitely would not consider doing Uber or anything like that in my current vehicle, my 370Z. Landstar. I'm not sure if that's an actual Landstar trailer or not. I think it might be a used Landstar trailer that they didn't strip all the logos completely off of, because it looked like the Landstar logo was one of the old logos and it was partially removed. Why would that four-wheeler pass on the damn right? That's just rude. Damn it, are we losing our third lane? My lane is going exit only in a mile. It was fun while it lasted. 279 miles until my fuel stop. It's 4 hours and 39 minutes. I have 5 hours and 24 minutes of drive time left in this 8-hour block. I'm not going to be driving much further past that. I think it's only like 140 miles to the way station I'm going to stop at, past my fuel stop. My fuel stop is pretty far into the drive. I think these two jackasses are driving together. They both have Texas plates. There's another jackass with Texas plates. I think all three of these vehicles are probably driving together. Or it might just be the two with trailers. There's another one with Texas plates. Like, I see a lot of vehicles with Texas plates over here in the southeast. There's another Texas plate. I think I see more Texas plates in Louisiana than I see Louisiana plates. Somebody on the shoulder. There's a truck passing me right now. There's two cars and two trucks behind them that are passing me. I'm not going to have an opportunity to get over. Looks like they pulled way over into the grass. They're still driving around over there right now. All right, now there's two trucks behind me that are driving side by side. Looks like they're slow passing, so they're going to get run into me. 12 miles until the Interstate 12 ends and we just get back on to Interstate 10. So traffic will likely increase whenever Interstate 10 intersects with 12. We'll get all the traffic from 10 out of New Orleans. Surprised this person is not cutting me off. They've been out in the left lane for a long time. Usually when somebody's been out in the left lane for a long time, they'll cut you off because they are wanting to get back over in that right lane very badly. Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm just watching all. I'm just getting constant. This asshole can't stay in his fucking lane. This is really frustrating. Just being constantly passed. I have to watch people when they're passing me because they come into my lane. and going 65. Like I'm liking it. Like it feels really good. But it's just all these people are driving so fucking fast that I feel like I'm just parked on the side of the road and there's traffic flying by me or something. Just being constantly overtaken. It's a little frustrating because it's much more dangerous to have somebody alongside you. And I am almost constantly having somebody alongside me because I'm constantly being overtaken because I'm going so much slower than the flow of traffic. Because everybody's out here speeding. Speed limit's 70, I'm doing 65, and the flow of traffic's like 80. A lot of these trucks are out here doing 75. The cars are doing 80 to 90. All right, we have a string of 4 cars merging on. Yeah, just get real fucking close to each other so that there's no space. You all have to just force your way on. That's smart. All right, looks like I'm going to have to use my trucker power to get this car to speed up. They're out here doing 60. But they sped up whenever I got out in the left lane. Now they're slowing back down. Here in a second, they'll realize how slow they're going, or they'll finish sending their text message, and then they'll speed up to 100 miles an hour like the rest of these idiots out here. All right, they're at the back of my trailer now. Let's see if they give me enough room to move over. I'm going to wait until after this exit, see if they take this exit.
In 2 miles, use the left 2 lanes to take the I-10 east exit
Ah.
to St. Louis.
Google's telling me to stay in the left 2 lanes to get onto I-10.
In half a mile, use the left 2 lanes
The
to take the
fuck
I-10
was
east exit
wrong
to
with
the
that
base in Lewis.
CRV? Honda CRV had a really loud engine.
Use the left 2 lanes to take the I-10 east exit. In a quarter mile, use the left 2 lanes to take the I-10 east ramp to Bay St. Louis. Use the left 2 lanes to take the I-10 east ramp. Continue on I-10 east for 103 miles.
This fucking asshole behind me has their damn brights on. Trying to navigate this shit with people in front of me with their brights on, people behind me with their brights on. These stupid jackasses are getting out and passing me and blocking me into this ending lane. All right, now we're on Interstate 10. Got 102 miles until we get onto Interstate 65 on the west side of Mobile. I don't know why, but I just started thinking about my interaction with TA Petro. The $7,400 I spent on this truck, and I was just sitting there just getting pissed off thinking about that jackass mechanic Brandon that took 3 days to do what should have taken one single day. And he was sitting around fucking off most of the time, and he was training someone, so like there was zero sense of urgency. He was just wasting tremendous amounts of my time. He cost me a lot of money wasting so much of my time, and he was just like sitting there explaining everything he was doing to a trainee, which was making it take 2 or 3 times longer than it should. And then he was letting the trainee like try to do it and stuff like that. It was taking a really long time. And then he was whining about like staying late and having to work overtime. and asking me if he could just work on it on his next shift the next day. And I was like, yeah, fine, whatever. And he ended up doing that to me twice, to where it took 3 days. What should have been a 1 day job, I was there for 3 damn days. And he just had absolutely zero regard for my time. It was just all about him. Zero regard for my time and my money. Like, it just pisses me off thinking about it. And Saturday, whenever I came in there, I got in there at like 10 a.m. And he said he'd be done by about 10 a.m. because his shift started at 8 a.m. I got in there at 10 a.m. and he hadn't worked on my truck at all. So anytime I wasn't sitting there watching him, he wasn't working on my truck. I had to sit there staring at him the whole fucking time to get him to do any work on my truck. If I ever walked away, when I would come back, he would not be working on my truck. He'd be over there chatting with people or fucking off or whatever. I don't know. I'm fuming about it just thinking about it. It's really ticking me off. Welcome to Mississippi. Get a drink of my tropical punch. Yeah, traffic's dying down a lot. It's 10:27 p.m. So it should be somewhere in the ballpark of like 4 or 5 a.m. Actually, you know what? It's going to be a little bit later than that because of a 30-minute break. So I am 248 miles from my fuel stop. Let me exit navigation, and that'll tell me, oop, drifted lanes, exiting navigation. That's the reason you don't play on your phone while you're driving. Okay, this isn't cool. 248 miles. Um, so I'm going to have to go into edit stops. 364 miles. 364. So now it's showing my actual miles. 363 to 247. What's the math on that? 363 to 247. It's 116 miles, right? 116 miles difference. All right, so 247 miles, that's right at 4 hours. It's 10:29, so that'll be about 2:30 a.m. is when I'll get to my fuel stop. And then it's 30-minute break, so that'll be 3 a.m. And then a 2-hour drive to the way station. So I get to the way station at 5 a.m. Way station closed. My drive-wise does not trigger on any of these damn way stations over here. See, I should get there about 5. That means I can start driving it again around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. However, for a few reasons, I'm not going to do that. One is because of my out. Oh, that U-Haul. Damn, that four-wheeler's hauling ass. That U-Haul almost went off the road. So I don't have enough hours to drive from 3 onward. I would have to stop. And wait until midnight to recapture more hours. So that's one reason. Another reason is I don't really want to drive across Atlanta during rush hour. And I'm going to be stopping an hour or so away from Atlanta, right lane end in 1 mile. So if I start driving at 3, that means I'll be driving across Atlanta between 4 and 5. I don't want to deal with that crap. It will be Saturday, but major metropolitan areas still have rush hours on the weekend. Some jackass behind me with their brights on, making it difficult for me to see. They don't have their brights on. They just got their fog lights on, and their fog lights are pointed a little bit too high up into the air. This is one of the big problems that you see with people that have fog lights. They turn their fog lights on and they're like, wow, I can see so much better with these on. Yeah, they're not supposed to be used when there's no fog because they're basically high beams. They set low to the ground and they shine straight forward. They're supposed to shine under the fog. So that it doesn't reflect back into your eyes, because your regular headlights, they just reflect off the fog, and it's you throw your high beams on in the fog, it's just blinding because it's reflecting all that light back at you. Another one with their fog lights on. Seems like every vehicle that has fog lights runs with them on 24/7. Because they can see better. Just a second here. Got some jackass that got over too close and slowed down in front of me. And he almost hit a construction barrel. I think we're dealing with an inebriated driver. That's the second or third time I've seen them drift out of their lane. Starting to drizzle a little bit. Yeah, this person's inebriated. They turned their signal on to change lanes, and they thought they changed lanes, and then they turned their signal off. They were still in the left lane. I hope if they hit a construction barrel that it just flies off to the right and it doesn't bounce off something and come and hit me. Wow, there's a lot of oncoming traffic with their damn brights on. Alright, now we made it past those assholes. I can see again. There's another one with their brights on.
There are police reported ahead.
It's gonna be nice when this construction ends. These four-wheelers are acting really stupid around me. I got a lot of them flying up on me, and then once they get around me, they slow way down. And this one's just like stopping in front of me right now. I don't know why this one just slowed way down. It moved over in front of me and just dropped down to like 55 because it was taking an exit. All right, I don't know how long this new lane lasts, but we'll move over into it. We'll give it a whirl for a minute or two. I don't know how people are surviving off of like $10 an hour these days because shit has gotten so expensive. Even $20 an hour just sounds really cheap. Like that just sounds like it's too low of a wage to like really survive today. Got a car on the shoulder. All right, let's think some more about the Uber dream. So let's run the numbers again on what I was thinking about in the last drive shift. I was thinking about the numbers I came up with was they were saying on long distance runs you get between 60 cents and $1.50 a mile. So let's calculate $1 a mile. 60 cents a mile was really cheap, not worth it. So $1 a mile, and I was calculating my vehicle cost was going to be 30 cents per mile because I was estimating buying a $20,000 used vehicle, and I was expecting to get 100,000 miles out of that vehicle with about $10,000 of maintenance and repairs over that 100,000 miles. So $30,000 with vehicle cost and maintenance and repairs over 100,000 miles. That comes to 30 cents per mile vehicle cost. So $1 a mile cab ride, 30 cents a mile vehicle cost. That takes me down to 70 cents a mile. $0.70 a mile. And I was using Dallas, Oklahoma City to Dallas as my measuring stick. Well, let's say I'm able to average 70 miles per hour. Now let's do 60 miles per hour. So 60 miles per hour at 70 cents per mile. I think that's $42 an hour. And then fuel cost is going to be about $12 an hour. So I would make about $30 an hour. All right, I'm getting jammed into this lane. All right, now I've got an out. Let's look at the on-ramp. I don't see anybody coming up the on-ramp. Man, this trailer is so smooth. All right, the cars behind me exited. sitting here looking at these four-wheelers driving in that pack right there. It reminded me of whenever I went to pick up this truck. I bought it in Fargo, North Dakota, and I was a company driver with USA Truck whenever I switched to owner-operator. So I parked my truck, my USA Truck company truck, at their terminal in West Memphis, Arkansas. And then I got a cab ride to the airport in Memphis to pick up a rental car. And then I drove that rental car to Fargo. And I remember driving across Arkansas on these country bumpkin roads, running into this jackass that would not let me pass. Every time we would hit an area where I could pass, like a passing lane or a straight section of road or anything, they would speed up as fast as they could and just try to block me from passing them. And anytime I would get in front of them, they would try as hard as they could to pass me. But whenever they were in front of me, the thing is that they didn't know what speed they should be going for turns. So they would drive really slow through turns, and I would get really frustrated driving behind them. But whenever I was in front of them, they would just follow me through turns. And they just kept fighting with me the entire drive across Arkansas on that bi-directional highway or state road or whatever the hell it was. So, yeah, I understand road rage. I understand what pushes people to road rage. It's just these people out here that are so insanely entitled or competitive. Like they feel like it's their lane or it's their road, or, everybody should be behind them, or whatever their mentality is. I don't know what is going through their head on something like that. I think I might cut the driving video a little bit short, because I feel like listening to music. And the driving is going to get boring here in a minute, because traffic's going to die down. And then once I get onto 65, it's going to get even more boring, because there's going to be very little traffic on 65. So I guess before I wrap up the video, I'm tired of talking about it, in all honesty. I'm tired of talking about Iran, but it's the big situation of the moment. It's been going on for several months. I think the attack happened in late February, but there was buildup before the attack for a month or more. Like, everybody pretty much knew that we were going to attack Iran at least a month before we attacked. Oil prices started going up a month before we attacked in anticipation of the attack. So I've been talking about Iran since like early February at least. So what's going on? Same shit, man. What have I been saying for months? We cannot negotiate with them. They're irrational. They're radical. They have these, like, we're dealing with people who are ultra religious, and they have these prophecies that they're trying to fulfill. We're dealing with extremist, radical religious people. So diplomacy is not an option. But the only option I'm aware of in which we can resolve this situation is troops on the ground. And that doesn't mean just send over Rangers or something like that. No, I mean like full-scale ground invasion. We don't have enough people in our military, according to experts that I've heard from. Iran is a fortified position, and you need 3 to 4 times the number of attackers than defenders whenever you're attacking a fortified position. We do not have that many people in our military. We would have to severely increase our military. They would have to do some kind of recruitment drive to severely increase numbers, or they would have to do a draft. I don't think we're going to end up doing that. I think that if we attempt a ground invasion, it's going to be half-assed. We're going to like attempt a ground invasion with limited numbers of troops, because there's probably going to be some moron that's going to be like, yeah, we're so amazing that we can do it. We can do something that goes, that's never been done in history and goes against all of like war college training and everything. Yeah, we can win a ground invasion against Iran with, 200,000 troops. We can do it. Or 20,000 troops, or whatever stupid number they come up with. And that's just going to pull us into an unwinnable war that'll last forever. So I think that we're still going to continue doing a lot of stupid shit trying to resolve this problem. Just throwing crap on a wall and seeing what sticks. I predicted a long time ago that we were likely going to sign some type of lopsided agreement with Iran, basically terms of surrender with Iran, just in the hope that it reopens the Strait of Hormuz, and it won't. And that's exactly what we did. We signed this memorandum of understanding, which is basically terms of surrender to Iran. It's an extremely lopsided agreement. And the key thing that we got out of that agreement was Iran was supposed to open the Strait of Hormuz without tolls, completely reopen the thing. And that didn't happen. Not only is Iran charging tolls, they're controlling the ships that can go through the Strait of Hormuz, and they have been opening and closing it multiple times. They fired on a ship earlier today. I don't even know if that's the first ship they fired on since this memorandum of understanding. And the Trump administration has still just been just blatantly lying, just saying some of the dumbest shit that's easily disprovable. Trump came out and said that they moved the most oil through the Strait of Hormuz that's ever been moved through the Strait of Hormuz during this memorandum of understanding. It was the most oil ever moved through the Strait of Hormuz in a single day. And that is just completely false. That is not true. It's not even remotely close to true. I don't know where he's coming up with this shit. I don't know if he believes it or if he's just intentionally lying. But it's just the level of just nonsense coming out of the U.S. government is just crazy. There are very few ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz. And what few ships are traversing the strait are mainly Iranian ships. The non-Iranian ships that are traversing the strait are basically just trying to escape the Persian Gulf. It's not like there's, normalized flow of ships going through the strait, moving oil in and out like it used to be. That's the narrative that the U.S. government is trying to push. That's not what is happening. Oh, never mind. Let's stay in this lane because the right lane's ending. I just noticed the sign. That's not what's happening. What's happening is Iranian vessels or vessels going to and from Iranian ports are moving in and out of the strait, and other vessels are trying to escape the Persian Gulf. Vessels that have been trapped in there for months are just trying to get out. Do you think those ships are going to go back into the Persian Gulf to pick up oil? No, they're not. All that's going to happen is ships are going to escape the Persian Gulf. The only ships that are going to be going in and out are Iranian ships. The other ships are just trying to flee if they ever get the opportunity. And a lot of them are not even willing to attempt to flee because they're afraid of getting shot at by Iran. And there was a cargo ship that got shot earlier today, and the United States supposedly retaliated against them attacking a cargo ship by bombing a piece of dirt in Iran and shaking their fist at them. He's like, you naughty boys. So yeah, it's the Iran situation is absurd, and the rhetoric that we're getting from the United States is just blatant lies. It's not even spinning the truth. It's just flat out lies. If you were to just listen to the state-run media as to what's going on with Iran, you would think that we just completely destroyed them and they're begging for mercy and the Strait of Hormuz is completely reopened and there's more oil in the world than there's ever been and everything's perfect. That's the narrative that they've been pushing for months. That is not true. It's not even remotely close to true. The real situation is that we are about to hit some critical breakpoints in the oil and gas supply chain. We have been running a deficit of oil. I don't know exactly what the gas and helium and all the other resources that are being disrupted, but oil, we are starting to hit critical breakpoints. For example, Cushing, Oklahoma, that's something that a lot of people have started talking about recently. Cushing is a critical oil supply choke point where almost all West Texas Intermediate crude goes through Cushing, Oklahoma, and Cushing, Oklahoma is near tank bottoms. They're actually below the theoretical tank bottom. 20 million barrels is the theoretical tank bottom. They are below that, and once they get below that, the pressure in the system gets to a point where they can't pump as much oil, and they start pumping out like really thick crude, like sludge that's in the bottom of the tanks. Trump made the mistake of telling the truth a week or two ago, a couple weeks ago, whenever they agreed to the memorandum of understanding, before it was even signed, when it was just a verbal agreement. And Trump was defending signing that, terms of surrender to Iran, which is basically what the memorandum of understanding is. Trump was defending doing it and said that he let it slip. He said that we were 4 weeks away from running out of oil. And that's the reason he signed that surrender to Iran, was because he was promised by Iran that the Strait of Hormuz would fully reopen with no tolls. And that did not happen. So now, what's the United States doing? Nothing at the moment, but I'm sure that they're trying to come up with a new plan to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. Because right now the world is at an oil deficit, and we're starting to hit critical breakpoints where it can't be hidden anymore. And once it can no longer be hidden, then we're going to have price corrections in oil, where oil right now has gotten all the way back down to $70 a barrel. That is insane. Before oil started going up because of this war, oil was at $58 a barrel. It's made it the highest I saw it get up to is 120 something a barrel. That was not a closing price. The highest closing price I saw was somewhere around 110, $112 a barrel. But there was a day that it peaked up during the day to like 120 something dollars a barrel, but they didn't close at that price. So because of the propaganda and the market manipulation by the U.S. government, oil prices have gotten all the way back down to $70 a barrel. And because of this market manipulation, we've seen a disconnect between fuel and oil prices. Fuel prices should be much lower than they are right now because of how cheap oil prices have become. But we haven't seen that. And I'm not sure where exactly in the chain that disconnect has occurred. I'm not sure if refineries are still charging more or what the deal is. But fuel prices are still absurdly high. They have come down some, but they're still extremely high. They are not priced according to oil anymore. Fuel prices are way too high for how much oil is. And the U.S. government has actually threatened the oil companies, the refineries, the suppliers, whoever it is that's jacking up the prices. They're threatening to sic the Department of Justice on them for price gouging. But we have a lot of disconnect from reality in the financial markets. Oil price is not where it should be. Oil should be $150 to $200 a barrel right now. And it's $70 a barrel because of market manipulation and lies by the United States government. So our entire financial system is disconnected from reality. The stock market is at crazy all-time highs, and the economy is not good. We're seeing crazy things in the financial markets where negative financial information or negative economic news comes out, and the financial markets will rally. They'll like raise in price. The prices will go up over bad news. Like that, that's just crazy. It's like somebody getting fired from their job and they're out throwing a party and spending a whole bunch of money and going out and buying a brand new car. It just makes no sense. It's just a complete disconnect from reality. And this typically happens right before a major market correction. Alan Greenspan, during the dot-com bubble, referred to it as irrational exuberance. The people in the financial markets just get the idea that the market can't go down. Any news, even bad news, is somehow going to cause the markets to go up. That's the idea that they get in their head. So we are about to have a rude awakening that's estimated by many to occur within about 2 to 3 weeks when we start hitting physical oil shortages. And I've been talking about this for months. When this type of event occurs, it can trigger other events. And one of the things I've been talking about is the financial markets, the stock market. We have a lot of financial market bubbles. An auto loan bubble, a student loan bubble, another housing bubble, a bond market bubble. I have lost track of all of the bubbles that we have right now. And whenever you start having major market corrections, like oil being a third the price it should be, and then it starts rising rapidly in price correction, whenever things like that happen, those type of events can trigger other events, which can trigger other events. And it causes this domino effect where it can start causing massive sell-offs in the financial market. It can cause a stock market crash. And one of the biggest bubbles we have right now is the AI bubble. And I don't want to rant and rave about AI, but the term artificial intelligence has been turned into a marketing term. What they have are called large language models. And the marketing departments are marketing them as artificial intelligence. There is absolutely zero intelligence to it. I know that there are people going out and asking these LLMs, questions about their belief system, and they're like, this neutral intelligence said that my belief system is correct. The radical left is the correct political ideology, and the Republicans and the conservatives and the libertarians and every other political party is wrong because this intelligent chat program agrees with me. Well, is it truly intelligent? No, it's not. There's zero intelligence to it. It does exactly what it's programmed to do using the data it's programmed to use. It doesn't think intelligently. It just scrapes and parses data and regurgitates it back out based on how it's programmed to do that. So if the chat program is biased toward, Democrats or Republicans or beef versus corn or whatever the hell it's biased against, that is a bias of its programming. It is not intelligent at all. It's zero, absolutely zero intelligence. It does not think. It does what it's programmed to do using the information it's programmed to use. And a lot of people don't understand that. But enough ranting about AI. Let's talk about the bubble of AI. These LLMs, these AI companies, they make very little money. However, they spend crazy amounts of money. So if they make very little money, but they spend a lot of money, where is all that money coming from? Debt, loans, OpenAI, ChatGPT. Oh shit, that car in the left lane just went off onto the grass and jerked it back over. I thought they were going to spin out in front of me. Now they're drifting all over the road again. I think we have an inebriated driver. Inebriated drivers don't really usually drive this fast. They are swerving all over the road. Inebriated drivers don't typically drive 100 miles an hour. Way station closed. So I cannot remember the exact numbers with ChatGPT, OpenAI that I looked at a couple months ago, but ballpark, it was somewhere in the area of like $10 billion a year revenue. And they were something in the ballpark of like $1.2 trillion in debt. They were in debt to banks. They were in debt to companies. I think one of their companies that they were several tens or hundreds of billions in debt to was Oracle. Just trillions of dollars in debt to these LLMs. They don't make much of any money at all in comparison to their debt. They cannot pay off their debt. It's impossible for them to pay off the debt without like an extreme revenue increase. So this is another bubble. It is an extremely risky investment because there are marketing people behind these LLMs that are telling everyone that they are just this close to developing artificial intelligence, and that once they develop artificial intelligence, it's going to be a money printing machine. It's going to be able to do anything. So are they that close to creating artificial intelligence? No one knows. We have no idea what it takes to create artificial intelligence. We don't even know if it's possible to create artificial intelligence. And we don't know if we're capable. We have no idea how close we are to doing it. But the marketing and sales department is telling everybody that we're just, a couple of days away from creating artificial intelligence. And they're making all these grandiose promises. And because of that, they've suckered a whole bunch of idiots into dumping trillions of dollars into these companies, expecting massive returns on investment. Well, what happens whenever the financial markets start collapsing? What happens when the economy goes to shit? Because fuel prices get up to like $10 a gallon. People are going to start pulling their money out of really risky investments. And that will cause these LLMs to fail, go bankrupt. And because of how in debt a lot of these companies are to these LLMs, it could cause other companies to go bankrupt. It could cause cascade failure. That's the exact same thing that happened back in 2008, 2009 during the financial crisis. We had a housing bubble, and it caused a sell-off. It caused massive losses, and insurance companies that were insuring those investments started going out of business. And financial institutions started going out of business, and banks started going out of business. And the government stepped in and gave them taxpayer money to keep them from going out of business. The U.S. government just started dumping hundreds of billions of dollars into the system to keep it propped up, to keep it from collapsing, to keep it from failing. If it starts failing this time, the U.S. government will not be able to dump enough money into the system to prop it up. In my opinion, our financial system that we're in right now and our economy is fake because the government has dumped so much money into it and kept interest rates so low for so long that it's just created this fake financial system, this fake economy, this fake boom And whenever this house of cards starts collapsing, it's all going to get exposed, and it's going to be a race to zero. On top of all of this, we have a currency crisis with the U.S. currency. We have a fiscal crisis with the United States, government. How far we are in debt. The interest payments on our debt are getting so high that just servicing the debt is costing more than what we spend on our military, and it's rising rapidly. It's going to get to the point where just the interest on the government debt alone is going to be more than the tax revenue the government takes in. And this just causes massive inflation. We're already dealing with massive inflation, but we're crossing a threshold where it's starting to become impossible for the government to pay off the debt. The government is going to have to default on the debt. And that is going to cause a loss of faith in the US dollar. I mean, there's a lot of things happening right now, and I'm not saying that any of these things are going to happen within the next week or the next day or month. The fiscal crisis with the US dollar and the United States defaulting on its debt. David Walker, the comptroller of the United States back in the early 2000s, the head of the Government Accountability Office, he said that according to the data back then in early 2000, that we were going to hit a breaking point in 2045 where we would be forced to default on our debt. And he said that it was our trajectory if we did not increase spending, if we did not increase our debt. And we have severely increased spending. We have severely increased debt since then. I don't know what our current timetable is, but it's before 2045 now. So we have a lot of things happening. And whenever you have a major event like an oil shortage, it can pop bubbles. It can, whenever you have something like this happen, it can expose other things that are happening. It's like driving a truck. I try to avoid hauling heavy, because if you have issues with your truck and you're hauling heavy, then you're running at higher pressures, higher temperatures, there's more strain on the equipment. So if you have any issues with your equipment, they're going to get exposed. And you're more likely to have a breakdown whenever you're hauling heavy, because everything's being pushed to its limits. That's what happens whenever we have a critical event like, something like an oil shortage. It can expose problems in the system. And we have a lot of problems in the system. I don't know what exactly is going to happen or when it's going to happen. I don't know what or when. But the probability of a stock market crash or a recession or depression a currency crisis, massive inflation, stagflation, all of these things, the risk is getting higher by the minute with our current situation. And we're about to cross some breakpoints, some critical thresholds of failures. And the big one that everybody's worried about right now, well, not everybody, most people are completely oblivious as to what's going on, but people who have some kind of basic understanding of what's going on, like the U.S. government obviously knows what's going on, whether they tell us or not, or whether they lie about it or not. Trump let it slip that he's well aware that we're going to have an oil shortage. A couple weeks ago, he said we were 4 weeks away from running out of oil. So he is aware of the situation in Cushing, Oklahoma. That, I think, is what they're talking about in regard to running out of oil. We're hitting tank bottoms in Cushing, Oklahoma. And we're probably going to hit those tank bottoms in a couple weeks. Now, does that mean that oil is just going to completely stop? No, it means that it's going to slow down significantly, and we're probably going to have oil shortages. Refineries are not going to be able to get enough oil. So we're going to have fuel shortages. We're going to have all kinds of petroleum product shortages. Oil and gas is at the foundation of our technology. So, we're going to have shortages on everything. It's probably not going to be too significant at first, but as time goes on, it'll get worse and worse. And our oil and gas disruptions are not just in the Strait of Hormuz. We're having oil and gas disruptions worldwide. The Ukraine-Russia war, which is really, it's a world war between NATO, Russia, and their allies. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. I'm not sure what all countries are involved on the Russian side, and then you have NATO on the other side. But in my opinion, World War III started when Russia invaded Ukraine. We'll have to wait for the historians to decide in the history books. But I think World War III started when Russia invaded Ukraine. And what was it, 2021? I can't remember when the hell that happened. 2022, 2023. I can't remember how long that war has been going on. But people don't see it as a world war because the fighting is restricted to a couple of countries, and it's not being fought the way Hollywood said World War III would be fought. It's a World War I style trench warfare because everybody is afraid of escalation. State law, keep right, except to pass. We've got 8.3 miles until we get onto Interstate 65. So I don't know what's going to happen or when it's going to happen. My best guess is that fuel prices are going to rise. Now, I thought that they would gradually rise, but the U.S. government has been very successful in manipulating the markets. So now what we're looking at is most likely a dramatic increase in a short amount of time. Probably happening around August to September. We'll probably see a dramatic rise in fuel prices. Because we'll have real shortages, and they won't be able to manipulate the price as effectively whenever we have real shortages that you can't hide. We seem to be having a miniature freight boom right now. I suspect, I don't know, I haven't really done a lot of research on it, I haven't looked at a lot of stuff, But my initial guess as to why we're having a miniature freight boom right now is businesses are probably purchasing more than normal in anticipation of shortages. We had the same thing happen back in 2018 when Trump threatened tariffs on China. Businesses preemptively purchased items in anticipation of higher prices with tariffs. So we had a freight boom in 2018 of businesses buying more than they need. And then in 2019, we had a really down freight market because businesses didn't need as much in 2019. They had pre-purchased a lot of their 2019 stuff in 2018. We seem to be having, if I have not done like any research on this. This is just a guess based off of extremely limited information. So I could be completely wrong on this. But I think our miniature freight boom, I'm not even sure we're in a mini freight boom. I'm guessing that we're in a mini freight boom. Just, based off of little information that I've seen on the load board. But I think we're having a mini freight boom, and I think it's businesses preemptively buying stuff in anticipation of future shortages. That's not going to last. .6 miles to Interstate 65. So I don't think much has changed with my initial prediction that the freight market is going to crap out really bad in first or second quarter of next year. That is what I'm expecting to happen, is first or second quarter of next year, the freight market is going to get really bad, and fuel prices are going to rise into, this year. So first, second quarter of next year, it's going to become really bad for trucking because we're going to have high fuel prices and very little freight. That is my expectation. I think that the second half of this year, I will have a decent amount of freight. So there's not going to be like a significant shortage in freight, but we're going to have high fuel prices. So I think it's going to be hard to be profitable in the second half of this year because of high fuel prices. And then it's going to become even more difficult to be profitable first and second quarter of next year because of high fuel prices and low freight volume. And that low freight volume, I think, is going to be caused by a mixture of high fuel prices that are going to drive down consumer spending and business spending and shortages.
In 2 miles, use the left 2 lanes to take exit 20 for I-65 north toward Montgomery.
So that's basically what I've been predicting for months. And those predictions have not changed. I haven't seen a change in anything that would lead me to believe that something different is going to happen. My predictions have not changed. I was wrong on a couple of things in my original predictions. I anticipated fuel prices gradually rising. I was wrong about that. I did not think that the government would manipulate the
In half a mile, use the left 2 lanes to take exit 20 for I-65 north toward Montgomery.
Just a second here.
Use the left 2 lanes to take exit 20.
I didn't realize there was going to be a whole bunch of new lanes at the last minute. And I had a whole bunch of vehicles blocking me from getting over to the left. So I had to fight my way over to the left to take this damn exit. I thought the majority of the traffic would keep going straight on 10. It seems like every sumbitch exited with me. So yeah, I didn't think the financial markets were stupid enough to believe government propaganda, and I didn't think the government would just blatantly lie like they have been to manipulate the financial markets and the oil price. So that was one thing I was wrong about, is I thought fuel prices would be higher than they are right now. What else was I wrong about? Freight volume. I thought the freight market would gradually, slowly go down. And the exact opposite has happened. We've had what appears to be a mini freight boom. This was unexpected. And like I said earlier, I think it's due to businesses pre-purchasing items that they don't need in anticipation of future shortages. If that's the case, then I am surprised so many businesses actually have an idea of what's happening. Businesses typically are not very good at future forecasting. So yeah, those two things caught me by surprise. And it's worked out really well for me that I was wrong about that, because the fuel prices being lower has increased my profitability. The mini freight boom, I haven't benefited very much from that, because I've been on this dedicated account. And I've been watching Landstar's truck count to see if their fleet size is increasing because of the mini freight boom, and it doesn't look like it is. Last I checked a few days ago, the truck count was at about 7,800. So the fleet size might have gone up a little bit. Landstar has been having a big problem with drivers terminating their contract. Just a second here. Landstar hasn't been able to lease on enough drivers to offset the number of drivers that are terminating contracts. Excuse me. So the fleet size has been shrinking for a long time, and just in the last few months, the fleet size, I would say about the last 6 months or so, the fleet size has stabilized somewhere around 7,500. I don't know I don't have access to the information of the exact fleet size at Landstar. All I can look at is the truck count, which is the active trucks. And that gives me a rough ballpark idea of Landstar's fleet size, but it's not the actual fleet size. It's just the number of active trucks. It doesn't count the inactive trucks. People who are out of service for whatever reason. But it seems like the fleet size finally stabilized somewhere around 6 months ago. 6 months to a year ago. I don't know exactly when. And it looks like it might be slowly increasing. So that means that retention is increasing. They're able to bring in more new leases than people are terminating leases. And there is no shortage of drivers applying for Landstar. Landstar is really picky. They get a lot of applicants, and they brag about the number of applicants that they reject. They did lower their standards during the last major freight boom. They brought in a lot of drivers that normally wouldn't have qualified. And it put their authority in jeopardy with the number of violations. And they went through and terminated contracts of all of those drivers that normally would not have made it through the process. That is what I was told. And And I saw YouTube videos of Landstar drivers just making a YouTube video saying, hey, Landstar just called me up and terminated my contract. And I don't know why. They didn't tell me why. They didn't get a ticket. They didn't get a violation. They didn't do anything wrong. They just had their contract terminated. So that leads me to believe that what I heard was actually true. So Landstar went back to their old screening, which is really strict on who they select, and they got rid of all of the people that shouldn't have ever been leased onto Landstar. They were just let in due to lax standards. So it's difficult for Landstar to increase their fleet size because of how selective they are. The main thing Landstar has to do to increase their fleet size is retain what they currently have. So if Landstar is having issues growing their fleet size, that tells me that there is a retention problem. If Landstar's fleet size is decreasing, that tells me that there's a retention problem. All right, we're losing the right lane. There's one vehicle. I can't tell exactly how far back in the right lane because they got their damn brights on. But it looks like it's about 1,000 feet or more behind me. All right, what's this truck doing? Is this truck exiting? Or do they not know that's an exit lane? They're hitting their brakes a lot. I'm clear to move to the left if I need to. Looks like they're taking the exit. All right, yeah, they took the exit. After bridge, use caution. Grooved pavement. So yeah, that I could keep going on forever about the Iran situation. But nothing has really changed. Everything is going not exactly how I thought it would go, but roughly, basically how I thought it would go. You know, I don't have a crystal ball where I can see the future. All I can do is guess at what is most likely to happen. And it gives me a rough idea of what is going to happen and approximately when it's going to happen. And everything is kind of fallen within what I guessed would happen. And I think the U.S. government is going to continue throwing crap at the wall to see what sticks. I know the U.S. government keeps saying that our number one priority is Iran not having a nuclear weapon. That is not our number one priority. Our number one priority right now is the Strait of Hormuz. I don't care what the U.S. government says. The number one priority is reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And it's not reopening. So I think the U.S. government's probably going to give it some time and hope that magically, somehow, oil starts flowing through the Strait of Hormuz again. Oil and gas. It's not just oil. It's a lot of things that are being disrupted through the Strait of Hormuz. It's a major global supply chain disruption. And I think they're just hoping that if they just step out of the region, that things will just work out. And that's not going to happen. So at some point, they're going to realize that that strategy is not working, and they're going to try something else. I don't know exactly what else they're going to try, because if they go back to attacking Iran, if we go back to a war, like an active shooting war, not this fake ceasefire, if we give up on the fake ceasefire and just go full on war again, then Iran has said that they are going to shut down the Strait of Bab el-Mandab. They're going to cut undersea data cables. They're going to destroy infrastructure throughout the region. And if they do all of those things, it will at least double the supply chain disruption. It will make it at least twice as bad. So the United States does not want to use the military option anymore because Iran has a lot of escalation potential to make the problem much worse. So I think it's highly unlikely that we go back to full-scale fighting. Most likely, the United States is going to attempt to increase production in other areas to offset the disruption from the Strait of Hormuz. Because the only real option the United States has is a ground invasion of Iran. And that is not an option anyone wants. It's going to take a long time. It's going to make things a lot worse before things get better. But it's the only thing that's going to actually achieve the objective of fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz without tolls, without disruptions, without threats, without random ships getting blown up. That, in my opinion, is the only option, is a ground invasion of Iran. And not like special operations, just a couple of thousand or 20 or 30,000 special operations troops. Full ground invasion. That's probably going to require more people than we currently have in the military. If we try it with anything less than that, it's not going to be successful, most likely. And we'll just get stuck in a long war. It'll be a lot worse, and we'll just be drug into another forever war that we can't win. And it'll just cost a lot of lives. So if we choose the military option, which I don't think we will, then I hope we do it correctly. The way that I've heard several experts say it needs to be done with a large force, like a military that's probably 2 to 3 times the size of our current military. I hope we don't try to half-ass it and just get stuck in another forever war with no victory possible. So yeah, I think that we're going to most likely going forward. There are people right now talking about the United States is about to go full scale attack on Iran. Like that was what a lot of the social media news were talking about today. Is that because the strait has been shut down when it's supposed to be open? Iran's not doing what they said they were going to do with opening the strait, and because Iran is firing on cargo vessels, um, and they're charging tolls and all that crap. And we had this limited strike in retaliation of them targeting or shooting a cargo ship. Now, a lot of the social media news people are saying that the United States is going to go back to war with Iran, full-scale war. I don't think that's likely for the reasons I just talked about. The United States knows that if we go back to a full-scale war with them, and when I say full-scale, I don't mean ground troops, because we're not going to put ground troops into there, and I don't consider special operations units ground troops. It's, when you're talking about like infantry versus rangers, that's two completely different things. Special operations units can, get in and out of country much easier than just like standard infantry units. So I don't look at, special operations units as a ground force. And when I say full scale, I don't mean ground forces. I just mean, just we're going back to whatever type of attacks. Good Lord. The person's going slow. We're going over a big ass bridge. What river is this? This might not even be a river. Mobile River. It is a river. We're down here close enough to the ocean that I thought, maybe this might be a little inlet from the sea. Little Lizard Creek. So we went over Mobile River and then Little Lizard Creek. I've got some asshole passing me with the damn brights on. So yeah, I think it's because of the escalation potential of Iran. I think it is highly unlikely that we are going to go back to just a like open war without this fake ceasefire. Like, we've never truly had a ceasefire. There's been a consistent exchange of limited fire. We've had a severe reduction in fire, in the exchange of fire during the what we're calling a ceasefire. But we've never truly had a ceasefire. There's been attacks happening throughout the entire ceasefire. But the United States does not want to go back to a full-scale war so badly that they're just pretending that the ceasefire is in place, even though it's never been in place. That is the position the United States is in right now, is a desperate situation. And they're lying to everyone about how desperate the situation is. Trump has snapped several times, lost his temper, and cussed people out over how stressed he is about this situation. And he's also let it slip, like I mentioned earlier, how desperate the situation is by saying that whenever we agreed to that memorandum of understanding, we were 4 weeks away from running out of oil. So there's been several things he's let slip that show you how desperate the situation is. But if you just listen to what he's saying, he's trying to portray it like everything's great and amazing and this is the greatest time in the world and everything is perfect. What we should have been doing for the last several months is preparing for these shortages. But we've been doing the exact opposite of preparing. We've been pretending like these shortages are not going to happen. We've been just using up oil as if these shortages were not going to happen, oil and gas. We've been keeping the prices artificially low, and that has kept usage at high levels. So by pretending like the problem doesn't exist, we're making the problem worse. We should have been preparing. We should have been subsidizing farmers. We should have been limiting oil and gas usage to stretch out our reserves. We should have possibly limited some exports, not completely stop exports, but limited exports, because stopping exports would actually backfire and be worse for us, because every refinery is designed to process specific oil. So if we limited exports, we probably would not be able to process that oil in the United States. And then other countries might limit exports to us that we rely on. So it would just compound the problem. So I'm not an advocate for completely stopping oil exports, but we could limit oil exports of oil that we can process here in the United States at our own refineries, that are within the capacity of those refineries. And we have been doing none of those things. We've been doing the exact opposite of what we should have been doing. We've been keeping, the prices of oil and fuel artificially low, which has kept usage at high levels. And we have been tapping our strategic petroleum reserves and not limiting exports, but increasing exports. So we've been exporting our reserves. So we're running out of reserves faster. And with the farming situation, that's something that you have to get ahead of. You can't go out and fix the problem once the food shortages happen, because there's a long delay on food production. So, like, you can't just wait until the shortages actually start next year. You have to start subsidizing farmers this year. So, I mean, it's just, in my opinion, it is a massive failure of our government. They're just pretending like the problem doesn't exist, and they're using hope as a strategy that some miracle is just going to fix everything, and they're not going to have to deal with the problem. Oh, it's getting comfy in here. Starting to get tired because of how comfortable it is in here. Still 2 hours away from the fuel stop. And then it's 2 hours past that, if I remember correctly, 116 miles to a stopping point. So 4.5 hours, including the 30-minute break. It's 12:26, so that'd be right at 4 a.m. And then time zone change into Eastern, so that'd be 5 a.m. So 5 a.m. is when I should arrive. At the way station. I have got a streak right in my damn line of sight. I'm going to try to get rid of it. I'll wash the window whenever I fuel up, but I need to replace the wiper blades. I'm just not willing to to pay truck stop prices for wiper blades. All right, I got that streak out of the way. Like $25 per wiper blade. All these assholes driving around with their damn brights on. So yeah, nothing's really changed. I'm just hoping to stack money. I would be, pretty sitting really nice right now on money if I didn't have all these damn repairs on the truck. It's been about, oh my goodness. Um, so the 2 blowouts and the AC compressor. And there was something else. What in the hell else was there? So the 1 blowout and the AC compressor cost me like 1,700, 1,800, somewhere in that area. And then the other blowout ended up costing me over 600, somewhere in that area. I think it was $500. That's only like 2,300 bucks. The total was somewhere around 3 grand. There's some other repair that I'm not remembering. I'll probably remember it later. And then it was $7,400 for all of the steer tires, and then the all the steering stuff that was replaced, kingpins and all the rest of that crap. $7,400. So 7,400 plus 2,300, 9,700. And then the drive tires are like another 12 or 1,300. So that'll put us up at 12 grand. And then I need to spend another $1,000 for the alignment and steer angle sensor. That's 13 grand. That I have not, that $1,000 has not been spent yet. So I've spent at least $12,000 so far. However, the 2 tire purchases, which are around $3,000, have not been paid for yet. The LCAP has not charged me for them yet. So that's 13,000, and of that 13, about 4,000 of that has not been purchased yet. I've spent about 9,000, and there's another 4,000 that I haven't paid for yet. So right now at this moment, it's really hard to tell because of, the money I have set aside for fuel. Um, but I think off the top of my head, I'm somewhere around $9,000. Um, more money in my accounts than I had before I started the dedicated run. Now, if you consider that I still have about $4,000 in repairs to pay for, that puts me like $5,000 ahead. My fuel costs have been very high. So I've made something like $40,000 on this dedicated. And I would have to check and see, like, I need to put all this into a spreadsheet. I just don't have the time while I'm working 90 plus hours a week to be putting all of this into a spreadsheet. Because I have so many other things that I need to do in my free time. The main thing I'm focused on in my free time of tracking on a spreadsheet are all of the loads that I'm doing to track and make sure that I'm getting paid for every load and I'm getting paid correctly on every load. That's my focus on tracking and spreadsheet stuff. But my profitability on this dedicated is actually probably higher than that because, like, I was in debt to Landstar whenever I started this thing, and I paid off all that debt. It wasn't very much. I think it was only like $1,500. I don't know. I'd have to go put it all into a spreadsheet to figure out what my actual profit has been minus all of my crazy repairs I've had to do. But here's the thing. If I don't have any other significant repairs for the remainder of the contract, then I should be able to stack up a fair amount of money. Right now, I'm not really stacked up very high on money. So I want to stack up quite a bit of money in anticipation of what I think is going to be happening over the next year. So I should be able to stack somewhere in the ballpark of $3,000 to $5,000 a week, depending on how good the week is. Like these 8,000 gross weeks, 8,500 gross weeks. I should be able to stack like $5,000 after all expenses. This upcoming settlement, damn, these people and their fucking brights. This upcoming settlement, next week's settlement, because I had this week's was messed up. I had so much time off waiting on stuff. That's the reason I'm running on recaps, is because I had so much time off waiting on stuff. This week is only going to be if this load gets processed on this settlement, which who knows whether or not it will be. Sometimes the weekend loads get processed, sometimes they don't. It just depends on the agent, I think. But if this load gets processed, then that'll be Let me try to remember. So the load I did earlier this week was only a $2,000 load approximately. And this load, what is this one? This one is this one's a pretty big load. It's like 3,500-ish. So it'll be about $5,500 gross to the truck on this upcoming settlement if this load is on it. And then the next load after this one is, I think, also in the ballpark of like $3,500. That's just fucking depressing, sitting there thinking about what I'm getting paid on these loads. So to put it into some kind of context, normally the loads I haul are Dallas to the Portland area, and they're like 2,000-mile loads, and I'm usually making somewhere in the realm of like $5,000 to $7,000 gross to the truck on one of those loads. So on this contract, how much do I make on the exact same load? Well, 2,000 miles at $238 a mile, that would be 4,000 plus 760. $4,760 on the exact same load. And those loads use a lot less fuel because they're not heavy. They do a lot less wear and tear on the truck. This is making me want to quit the contract. Like, as soon as I finish this load, just quit the fucking contract. Yeah, right now, hauling one of those Portland loads, I would be making over $6,000 gross to the truck. The last one I saw was paying like $8,600. Is paying like $4.10 a mile for 2,000-ish miles. So let's say 2,000 miles at $4.10 a mile. What am I getting on that? Probably, we'll just stick with 70%. I'm probably getting higher than 70% on that. So 70% of 410 a mile would be 287 a mile, I think. 287 times 2,000. So that'd be $5,940, I think. And I think the percentage is actually going to be higher than that because the fuel surcharge is probably really high. So $5,940 is about what I would make on that load. So yeah, right at 6,000, probably closer to like 6,200, 6,300. That's what I would make gross, and then I would make more money net because my fuel costs would be lower. I would probably be making 20 cents a mile more in fuel cost. What an asshole. That four-wheeler at the back of that pack had their high beams on, and they dimmed them whenever I came around the corner, but they're sitting there behind all those vehicles with their high beams on. It's nice that they dimmed them for me, but what about all those people in front of them? They're just blinding the hell out of. Entering Conecuh County. Bruton in 1 mile. Bruton in 1 mile. I think this is where Anna's Travel Center is at. I think Bruton is the name of the town that I stop at all the time for Anna's Travel Center. I don't think that was the exit, but I think it's the same town. Might be the previous exit or maybe the next exit that Anna's Travel Center is at, or it might have been that one. I couldn't really see what was at those exits. This jackass in front of me just keeps turning their high beams on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. All right. I think I'm going to listen to the radio. So what do I do when I listen to the radio? I turned off my satellite radio subscription. I paid for satellite radio for like 4 years. 4 or 5 years. That was one of the first things I bought whenever I got my own truck was satellite radio. And I hardly ever listened to it. It's just so crap. And it's full of advertisements. Like that used to be one of the nice things about satellite radio is no ads. And now it has tons of ads. Yeah, most of the ads are the satellite radio advertising for itself. But like, I hate the idea of whatever they call themselves, the DJs, VJs, satellite J's, or whatever the hell they call themselves. You have the, like, on satellite radio, when I go to the 80s radio station, I just want to listen to 80s music. I don't want to listen to a whole bunch of somebody rambling about some stupid facts about 80s songs and shit. And there is tons of that on the radio stations. There is tons of like talk radio on the stations that are just supposed to be playing like 70s music, 80s music, 90s music. There was tons of breaks in between the songs where they're just talking about crap because they think there's some kind of amazing, important DJ, and they're the reason that I listen to that channel is to hear what they have to say. No, I listen to the channel for music. And so I got tired of listening to that crap. So I hardly ever listened to satellite radio. And I finally just got tired of paying $30 a month for something I didn't use. The other problem I had with it is that even though I have an external satellite antenna on my mirror, I had signal issues all the time. The radio was constantly cutting in and out. And I found that what I started listening to was just YouTube. I have like music playlists on YouTube, and my cellular internet doesn't cut out anywhere near as much as the satellite signal for the satellite radio. So I was always just listening to YouTube. So I finally canceled my satellite subscription a couple of years ago. Rest area in half a mile. So when I listen to music, I generally just start up my playlist. What the fuck? Car in front of me they just came out of the rest area and now they just went over to the shoulder, so maybe they pulled over at the rest area for some issue. They thought they fixed it and then they just had the issue again. They had to pull over again. It takes people way too long to dim their lights if they even bother dimming their damn lights. Sneaky little car over there. It's tagged. No lights. Can't see those bastards until you get right up on them. This person must be terrible at shifting. That looks like a really old truck, so it's most likely manual. And they were going like the same speed as me. Well, they were going faster than me, then they were going slower than me, and now they're going faster than me. We're going up a really slight grade. So I think they missed a gear or something. Oh my goodness, I remember those races 20 years ago. You've got somebody that's governed at the same speed as you, and you're both heavy, and you're trying to do perfect shifts on every hill, every mountain that you're going across so that you can make it around them. What the shit is going on? Now this person's going slower than me. What the hell's with this asshole? Now they've sped up to where they're speed matching me. Now they're going slower than me. So I think this person does not have a cruise control, and they're bad at shifting a manual. I hope that smell is not coming from inside my truck. Ever since this person passed me, I've smelled wet socks. 60 miles until my fuel stop. And there's a lot of traffic on the road for 1:27 a.m. 20 years ago, middle of the night, there would be hardly any traffic on the road. All right, we're getting too much dead air. I've been trying to think of if there was anything else I wanted to say before I wrap up the video, and I can't think of anything. We'll have plenty of time to talk in future driving videos. So I think I'm just going to end this video and listen to music. "51 miles away from my fuel stop. And then 116 miles past that to the way station where I'm going to park at. And I'm not going to be getting to that way station until about 5 a.m. Eastern time. So I don't think I'm going to have an issue finding a parking spot there. Because even in the middle of the night, there were several parking spots available when I looked over. So at 5 a.m. there should be even more spots. And during the daytime, there was like nobody parked there. So that way station clears out during the day. And I think I might also look into another option for air conditioning in the truck. Something that'll run off the APU. I had that mini split that I installed, and it worked great when I initially installed it. But I did have issues with it. Well, number one, I screwed up in the installation. I crimped a copper line, and I didn't think I crimped it to the point where it was leaking, but it did. It leaked. There was a slow leak. So that air conditioner only worked for the first couple of days that I installed it, and then the coolant leaked out to the point where it didn't work. And then the other issue I had with it was the outside unit. My air lines and electrical lines, stuff like that, would get caught on it when I turned the sharply, and it would stretch out the lines. And the interior unit, I had issues with water leaking out of it because it wasn't like perfectly level all the time. And I had an issue that it wasn't mounted really well to the truck, so every time I was driving, I would have to take it off of the mount and lay it on the bed. And then when I wasn't driving, I would have to put it back up on the mount. And then the other thing with the air conditioning is I would like to get the generator working properly on the APU, which is going to require me to replace the electrical lines from the generator. I don't think I'll have to replace the entire electrical line, but I'll have to replace a section of it. That way the generator can power the air conditioner. Why the hell do four-wheelers just sit at the back of my trailer like this? That car high beamed me and flipped me off because I did not move out of the lane to let them merge on. Even though I had a Prius that they could see sitting in the left lane right in front of me. These are the type of assholes that we share this planet with. These entitled little bitches that feel like they're the only thing in the world that matters. But even if that Prius wasn't there, I wouldn't have moved over for the dumbass. They need to learn how to merge. These people they don't understand basic law. These people think that they are entitled, like they have the right of way. Like traffic on the interstate's supposed to move over for them. Licensing requirements need to be much higher than what they currently are. I think how difficult it is to get a CDL should be the minimum to get a license of any kind. Most people are too stupid to be driving vehicles. Most people could not get a CDL because of how dumb they are. And those people should not be driving. And there are states, I'm not sure what it is currently, but there are states that used to, it was difficult to get a driver's license. Like, you actually had to know some, basic stuff. I remember when I got my driver's license in Oklahoma the first time in the 1990s, it was a 10-question test that had questions like, it had a picture of a stop sign that did not say stop on it, and it was a multiple choice that said, what kind of sign is this? And one of the options was stop. That's the kind of stupid questions it had, and it was only a 10-question test. And I think you only had to score like a 70%, so you had to get 7 out of 10 questions correct. And then the driving test was just, it was like a 5-minute drive where you just drove out of the driving place, went over to a stop sign, took a right, came back to the driving place, and then did a parallel park. And my parallel park, I had never driven the car that I tested in. And for you to be able to parallel park correctly, you need to be familiar with the turning radius of the car and stuff like that. So my parallel park was terrible. My parallel park was like 4 feet away from the curb. And I still got my license. It was an incredibly easy test. And then the second time I took a licensing test was when we moved from Oklahoma to Reno, Nevada. And I just went into the DMV to transfer my license to Nevada. And they said, oh, we don't accept transfers from Oklahoma. There's only certain states we accept transfers from. And Oklahoma licensing standards were too low for Nevada, so you had to retest. You didn't have to do the driving test, but you had to do the written test in order to transfer your license over to Nevada. And they were like, you can find the licensing manuals over there, and you can schedule, a test. They told us how to schedule a test. And I was like, well, can I take the test now? And they scoffed at me, and they're like, without studying? I was like, yeah, I think I can pass a driving test. And they were like, yeah, you can't. And I was like, okay, well, can I test now? They said, yeah, if you want to try, you can. And they told me what the thing was, like you're only allowed to test a certain number of times within a certain time period, stuff like that. I couldn't remember. Like, they explained stuff to me. They told me it was a huge waste of time to take the test without studying. And they signed me up for the next test. So I had like a 20-minute wait or something until the next test started. They tested people in groups. They were written tests. They were not on like a computer. And it was like a 50-question test, 100-question test. It was a long test. So I sat there flipping through the manual or the licensing guidebook or whatever it was called for like 20 minutes while I was waiting to take the test, and then went into a room with this. It was like a classroom. It was full of people, mainly kids. Probably like 30 people in there. And I went through there and took the test. I was the first one to turn the test in, and she ran it through the little thing to check the score. And she told me, like, immediately, wow, you passed. I had a near perfect score. Might have been a perfect score. I can't remember. And she couldn't believe it. She was the same person that told me it was futile for me to try to take the test without studying. So I was the first person to turn my test in, made a perfect or almost perfect score on it, and she just could not believe it. She went on to explain to me that on average, people have to take the test like 3 times to pass it, and people generally study for 3 to 6 months for the test. And most of the people that take the test are in like high school classes that are teaching them how to pass the test. Those are the kind of people that we're out here on the roads with. Now, since I was able to pass the test without studying their book, that tells me that the test was mainly common sense. You didn't need to memorize any specific information. Yeah, there were some things on stopping distance that I just made a best guess at, and my best guess was good. But yeah, they had a lot of like stopping distance questions, like if you are traveling at this speed, on like a lot of weird stopping distance questions. I can't remember exactly how they were worded, but I just made a best guess. And then the CDL test is even harder than that. I got my CDL in Nevada the first time. And then the second time I got my CDL was in Oklahoma. And even though getting a regular license in Oklahoma is incredibly easy, I was told that Oklahoma is one of the hardest states to get a CDL in. The point is, I've taken all of these licensing tests that are supposedly extremely hard, where people fail a lot on like the regular license for Nevada. There's a high failure rate. I pass that test easily. The CDL test for Oklahoma is supposedly a really high failure rate. I passed that easily. When I was doing my written test for the CDL in Oklahoma, I went in and took every single written test all at once. And the guy sitting next to me was on like his 5th attempt for just the general basic CDL test, the basic written test. and I was doing like every single test, hazmat, tankers, doubles, all that stuff. I passed every single test in under an hour, and he failed yet again on like his 6th attempt. I think I finished all of the tests before he finished that one test. And it was like his 6th failure on that test. And I passed every single one of them. And I think I did it faster than him. That isn't the type of people we're sharing the road with out here. Now, I am above average in like test taking, and we got some dumbasses out here. Licenses to drive vehicles out on these roadways should not just be given out to any idiot that wants one. It makes it really dangerous for everyone around them on the road. Not just them. I don't give a shit about them. If a stupid person wants to get out and drive a car that they're not qualified to drive, I don't care. Let them go do it. But if they want to do it on public roads where other people are going to be dealing with their ineptitude, with how dangerous they are, they're going to be putting others at risk. I have a problem with that. Like, I don't give a shit what anybody does as long as it only affects them. When it starts affecting other people, then I have an opinion on the matter. I think licensing to drive vehicles should be much, much, much higher than requirements than current. And I think the penalty for driving offenses should be much, much higher than current. Like DUIs, like that should be like a mandatory 2-year sentence, 2-year prison sentence. Absolute mandatory first offense. Lifetime suspension of driving. You should never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, be able to drive a vehicle ever again for the rest of your life if you're ever busted for a DUI. And you should spend a minimum of 2 years in jail. That's my opinion. Because, in my opinion, a DUI is attempted murder. If you get behind the wheel of a vehicle, travel on public roads, inebriated, then that's attempted murder. And our roads are full of inebriated drivers. Rest area what? Closing June 29th. Today's the 26th, so Monday. So the rest area right here is closing on Monday. I've only got 25 miles to the fuel stop. I guess I'll record until the fuel stop, and then I'll end the video there. I gotta get the windows cleaned while I'm at the fuel stop, and I'm gonna check yet again for a clamp because one of my coolant hoses is currently just being held on by a zip tie because the clamp broke. And I want to get that thing clamped as quickly as possible so that I don't have some kind of major coolant leak. I just started thinking about whenever I moved out to Reno, Nevada. I had a piece of shit roommate, and I don't know why in the hell I made the decision to move out to Reno, Nevada with that deadbeat. But he had mooched off of me for months, not working, lying about not working, lying about working, lying about all kinds of stuff. And I was supporting him, paying his half of the bills, and also paying for his food and his cigarettes. Just supporting this deadbeat. And he was supposedly going out to look for jobs. And he admitted to me later that he wasn't actually going out looking for jobs. Every time he told me he was going out job hunting and interviewing and stuff like that, he was going over to some guy's house that he knew and playing video games. But anyway, I ended up moving out to Reno with this jackass. And in order to move out to Reno, I made him sell his car to pay me back the money he owed me for rent, food, cigarettes, all that stuff. And that gave us the money to move out to Reno. I can't remember how much he sold his car for, but I remember he had like this bronze or brown Camaro. It was an old beat up Camaro, like a 1980s Camaro. So even in like 2000, that thing was like 15 years old. Terrible condition, but he was so proud of that car. He loved that car, and he was always bragging about it. And I remember he went out and he bought a subwoofer, one of those round, one of those cylinder subwoofers at Walmart, which is not a place that, I don't know what Walmart is like now for that kind of stuff. But back in the 90s, early 2000s, Walmart is not a place where you would go to buy audio equipment. You would get some really crappy products. But he bought one of those cylinder subwoofers and he just set it. And he had some little cheap amp, and he set it in the trunk area of the car, and it sounded like it sounded so bad. It did not sound like a subwoofer. It just, I don't know how to describe it. It sounded like a blown speaker is what it sounded like. But he would show that off every day. He would show that off to people. He'd be like, "Oh, have you seen my new subwoofer?" So I'd be out smoking, and we'd be out in front of the building smoking on our smoke break or whatever, and he'd there'd be people standing around us, and he'd see somebody that hadn't seen his subwoofer yet, and he'd be like, "Have you seen my new subwoofer?" And then he would walk him out to his car, and I would walk out with him every single time to watch him show it off. Because he would pop the trunk on this hatchback Camaro. He'd pop the hatchback, and he'd have them standing at the back of the car looking at the subwoofer that was not bolted down or anything. It's just laying on the carpet in the trunk. And he'd start up the car, and he'd start up a song, and he'd turn it up really loud. And it would sound like shit. It would sound like a blown speaker. And the thing would be vibrating around and bouncing and moving around in the trunk like a Mexican jumping bean or something. I would just sit there laughing my ass off every time he would show that damn thing off to somebody. And it got to the point where there was a couple of us that every time he would go to show that thing off, we would go to watch. But yeah, he loved that car. I felt bad about making him sell it, but at the same time, he was a piece of shit that ripped me off of a lot of money. And that was not the last time that he ripped me off of a lot of money. Oh my goodness, the cars we had back then. The car that I had back then, I bought it from like somebody I knew, their sister-in-law. How I was introduced to this car was my buddy had to go help start the car because it broke down again. This thing was constantly broken down. It was a piece of shit. So we went out there to try to start the car for her. And she couldn't stand the car anymore. She just wanted to get rid of it, and I offered to buy it for $1,000, which was way too much money. But I said, you know what? I'd have to do it in payments. I don't have $1,000. So she agreed to $200 a month. And she was a drug addict. Her and her boyfriend were drug addicts, so they harassed me every month for the money, trying to get me to pay early. It was like 5 months of hell dealing with them. They were just constantly harassing me about the money because of their damn drug addict habits and shit. But yeah, that car was an absolute piece of shit. The clutch fluid had a leak. So it was the clutch was constantly losing pressure, and you had to constantly put clutch fluid in it. And then you would have to like pump the clutch to build up pressure in the clutch before the clutch would work. And the clutch finally just went completely out within the first month or two that I owned the car. So I'm driving around in this car with no clutch. And I don't know if you've ever driven a car without a clutch, but it's actually not that difficult to drive a car without a clutch once you get it rolling. It's that initial startup is the pain in the ass. So what I would do to get the car rolling is I would just hold the gear shift into first gear, and it would just sit there. It wouldn't be in gear. I would just hold it up against the spinning gear, and it would catch enough that it would start rolling the car forward a little bit, barely rolling the car forward. And then the car would start rolling faster and faster, and then I'd pull the shifter back and slam it into first once it got rolling a little bit. That's how I got rolling from a dead stop. And because I didn't have a clutch, every time I stopped the vehicle, I would have to take it out of gear, which was not easy. It's not easy to get a car out of, to get the shifter out of gear, the transmission out of gear, when you don't have a clutch. So I'm lucky I never rear-ended anybody, because I would have to pop the damn thing out of gear whenever I would come up to stoplights. I would have to get out of gear very quickly, or I would risk being stuck in a gear and not be able to pull it out of gear and run into, like rear into somebody. But I never had any issues with that. The only issue I ever had with the car was getting rolling. Like if I ever had to come to a complete stop on an uphill grade, oh my goodness. Like that was a nightmare. I might not be able to get the car rolling. And I remember one time I was coming up to a stop sign that was on a pretty steep grade, and I couldn't stop. I just ran the stop sign. I tried to time it, and I ended up pulling out right in front of a damn cop. I ran the stop sign as a cop was driving through the intersection. I nearly hit the damn cop. I cannot believe I didn't get pulled over, because I don't think my I don't think anything was legal on that car. I don't even know if I had insurance. I don't remember ever getting insurance for that car. I don't think it had up-to-date registration. I I think everything on that car was illegal. I cannot believe that cop did not pull me over. It's, I just went ahead. I just drove on into work. Yeah, I drove that car for about a year with no clutch. That is the type of driving violation I think should be severely punished. If I would have been pulled over, no insurance, no registration, no functional clutch, I should have had my license suspended for several years, like a decade, and gone to jail for like 3 to 6 months. If I had to choose the punishment for that, that's what it would be. You know, I laugh about it now, but it was incredibly stupid. I shouldn't have been doing it. And if that was the penalty for doing it, I wouldn't have been doing it. .2 miles. 2:15 a.m. But I don't remember. I might have had registration and insurance. I don't remember.
There's an object on road ahead.
Object on road ahead. Let's turn our high beams on and look for it. There was a dead animal right there.
In 2 miles, take exit 158 toward Pinwala.
All right, exit is coming up. Hopefully there's not a bunch of people camped out at the fuel island. I need to take a 30 at the fuel island, but I don't want to sit there for an hour. So, fuel up, go in the store, check for a clamp. That's about all I need to do. Oh, wash the damn windows. The windows are filthy.
In half a mile, take exit 158 toward Findlala. Take exit 158.
Oh my goodness, all these people
At the next stop sign, turn left, signs for Hainville.
parked on the shoulder.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Tyson Road, signs for Hainville.
All right, nobody coming. Damn, this is a sharp turn. It's like a U-turn here. All right, this truck is turning left, and they're gonna wait for me.
Turn left.
Damn it, looks like there's a lot of people at the fuel island. 2:20 a.m.
Turn left, then you will arrive at your destination.
Let's see what we got going on here. Ooh, we have an open lane. No, never mind. I take that back.
You've arrived.
There's somebody parked in front of it. Well, hopefully they'll be gone by the time I finish. All right, that's the end of the video. I'm gonna switch over to on duty fueling. Let's check and see what this important message is from Landstar. This alert that they sent me on my ELD. What is so important that they had to send me? Operator compliance tip of the week. Our most frequent driver fitness violation is not wearing required corrective lenses. Please ensure that if you have the restriction on your CDL, that you wear them whenever you are behind the wheel of your truck. Thanks, Landstar. And they wonder why I unsubscribed from all of their stupid fucking emails. Because that's the kind of dumb shit they email you, and they spam you with it. Like multiple times per week, you're going to get some stupid crap like that. Like, be sure to wear your glasses when you're driving if you need glasses to drive. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Accidentally cleared off my route. All right, we got it back on there. Let's double check the fuel price here. $3.53. I think it's gone up. I think it was $3.49. Now let's find the Pilot app. I've got to pee. $1,500 gallons filled so far this month. $15.25. That is depressing considering my average price is around $4 a gallon. All right, so have a good one. Bye.